Good evening. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, we are trying to build a consensus here. We've got a lot of people who'd like me to pick Bernie Sanders in the upcoming election as VP. Interesting angle. If I were with Bernie Sanders, it would be very left wing. I'm a centrist, and because I have ideas like hybrid capitalism to help trigger growth in our economy, some people think I'm a socialist, like Bernie, but I'm not. And we thought through this process and we realized that Bernie is not in any way a person who really stands behind some of the more liberal ideas of solving problems in America, because he just endorsed Hillary Clinton. And it's the worst possible event, which continually happens in the races for the presidency. Every single time a person on the far left caves in and joins the Democratic Party. It happened during the time of Eugene Debs, the socialist, who it always had a different approach to American politics and the economy than other leaders like Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Yeah, Eugene Debs and the whole socialist movement evolved into the progressive movement, and then FDR sucked it right in and absorbed all of the interesting and helpful solutions for Americans, which many of the socialist worker party people were actually trying to achieve. I don't like socialism. It robs from the working man to pay for the non-working man. I think it's a terrible plan. And I must tell you, there are some people who have major problems with anyone taking their tax dollars. So we actually came up with a wonderful plan called Hybrid Capitalism, and we wrote a book about it. We put it on our website, americasthirdparty.com, and you can read it. It's a 99-cent read on Kindle. And we also have a paperback we sell for $14.99 plus shipping. The thing about hybrid capitalism that makes it interesting is that it doesn't take any of your tax dollars to build programs. And by the way, we are different than all the other candidates running. The things that are running in front of you right now are the things that I'm concerned about. Now, I'm going to make a modification here. Put a little distance here between chips and stop. There we go. So we want to stop fluoride, forced vaxxing, RFID chipping of people. We want to stop chemtrails. We want to stop, and I have chemtrials. Yeah, I threw that together a few minutes ago. Hang on. Chemtrails are the things that spray in the air, and now that the director of CIA has admitted that that's what they want to do, and that's what they're doing. Sanders probably lost because of me, yeah. I'm not a racist, no. If you're wondering if I am a person who's against black people, no. In fact, I think black people are getting a bad rap right now with the recent alleged shooting of Dallas cops, where they blamed BLM, Black Lives Matter, for it. I think the black people are getting a bad rap, and it's really racial baiting that's going on right now in the media. What I did was simply impersonate a black president. I created this character called Broken Sane Obamas, and I was accused of being a racist simply for impersonating the president. I was shocked that in a country that claims to be free and democratic, we were completely shunned. You know, in the 2012-2008 election. Doing an impersonation video is something that's my right. Gary Johnson is not even representative of these issues. He doesn't talk about stopping chemtrails. He doesn't talk about stopping GMOs or fluoride. He doesn't really make a solid issue about stopping the forced vaccinations like that going on in California. And he says nothing about RFID chipping of people. So fluoride is very harmful, yes. And it's dangerous to drink it. Now, why would we put it in our water system? At this point, I'm just wondering why this racial baiting is going on in the media. Wearing a brown marker. What do you mean? I'm not wearing a brown marker. What are you talking about? I am not surprised. No, Bernie is a sellout. Bernie gave in to Hillary. And like I said, the Democrats have always absorbed the left. I want the left to vote for me. I want the left to realize that this book that we wrote, that's on our platform at americasthirdparty.com, is exactly the answer that they were looking for. The reality is I haven't had any time in the media whatsoever. Gary Johnson he's a giveaway shill in the media. He won't carry the torch for America. He doesn't have the cutting edge issues. He won't even admit that 9/11 was an inside job. I mean, this whole thing is insane. The attack on BLM is strictly designed to divide our nation. And like I was saying earlier in the pre-show, it is part of the Hegelian dialectic, the very tactic that the elitists use to control the messaging in America and make us all believe that the problem exists that only they can fix. So they create the problem and only they can fix it. I believe Rolling Stone did mock me and paid to do so, yeah. They're trying to vilify me and it's all going to come back. Thank you. You like the hair? Excellent. The Hegelian dialectic is thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It's bad because it creates problems, like racial baiting. It creates problems like false flag events that people think are real. I personally, my opinion is, I don't believe that the Orlando shooting occurred. I believe it was faked, and I know a lot of people online believe it was faked. More and more people who look at the lack of evidence and the telltale signs of a false flag say that Orlando is a false flag. And more importantly, the Dallas shooting has no evidence whatsoever of a real event taking place. It's bizarre, but true. I mean, let's show all the evidence that we actually see in the Dallas shooting. This is the only shot that we actually saw a cop go down. Watch this. You'll see it up close.
He runs to the opposite side. He has on a jacket, has on some light slacks.
This is all we saw in the Dallas shooting. This is it.
There's a trash can there in that pillar. Now he's kind of crouching down behind that. You see the SUV with flashers on?
Yes, I see that. And
seems to be shooting from a different angle.
yes, he's shooting.
Now watch
you can
this.
tell.
And the person here comes someone running up. Shots are fired. He comes around the pillar.
Yes, it's obvious that.
All right.
He comes around the pillar.
You're going to see a lot of flashes of light.
It's obvious.
You see along this area right here, there's flashes of light. Look at that closely. Watch these flashes of light. These are actually little charges that are dropped out there in the open to make it look like ricocheting bullets.
That the person who was shot in this instance, there's still shots going on, was unaware that the other person was there at that time. We don't know if one of the...
All right, so we have a picture of the zirconian spark balls that they use, and these are the exact same things they used in this particular event. Look at that. They're identical. I want to thank Scissor Fight for showing us this video. It is a classic case. I'll give you the link to the zirconian spark balls, and I'll give you the link to the live link, and you compare the two. You can do your own exam. And by the way, this is the only evidence we have of one cop getting killed. They said that 5 cops were killed without any evidence. We're sitting here wondering what the hell's going on. These are zirconian, what they're called zirconian spark balls. And they go off. You can just simply throw them at things and they'll go right off. Very simple stuff. See that? So very little information is propagated in both of these false flag events, which I've identified as false flag events. We have the most corrupt government we could ever imagine right now. Our nation is sitting on a powder keg of corruption, and most of it's based on agendas. Their agenda is to disarm the population. They want to get rid of your support of your right to bear arms. 2/3 of the country support the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms. I am not a person who would ever take away your right to bear arms. I'm not in favor of gun control. So I want everyone to kind of relax a little bit, because don't let the media bait issues claiming that Black Lives Matter was behind anything in Dallas. The city of lies, in my opinion, not the city of terror. And until we actually see the actual decedents' bodies, and we've never seen them in any of these cases, like the Pulse shooting. We never saw that. Unless we see a person who's a perp, who's living, who can talk, because we've never seen that in almost all the false flag events that we've had over the past few years. We're going back. I can bring them up one by one if you'd like. Going back in time, there's a series of false flag events that have happened. Well, whoever threw the spark ball, anybody on the ground can throw them. A guy with a gun can throw them like this, like that, when they're shooting. I look a little spastic there, don't I? George Bush and Barack Obama, Michelle dancing during a Dallas memorial service. See, it's an old boy network out there, and even trannies will dance with old presidents. Let's take a look. Man, that Michael's big, man. Has he been weightlifting? He's bigger than Barack. Look at that. And you know, there's a story about the truth about George W. Bush that I don't want to bring up here because it's really kind of disturbing. Absolutely, if my relative was killed in one of these events, God forbid, I'd absolutely want you to look at it. I don't know who threw them. All I can tell you is I'm looking at very little evidence and very similar patterns. Every single one of these events, the lone gunman, and we didn't hear about a lone gunman last couple days ago. We thought there were 4 snipers. How can the police misperceive 4 snipers? Somebody must have been bouncing around the top. That's your telltale sign of a lie right there. They said there were 4 snipers. I don't know who threw them. All I can tell you is we're being lied to, and they're trying to create a reason for gun control. And they're systematically trying to push some sort of a false flag event, and worst case scenario is they're pushing martial law upon the population without us wanting it or needing it. Homeless and starving Seattle employees demand an REI union. Wow. Holy moly, REI? Are you serious? This is a story I want to cover. Thank you, Explorist. Something's fishy about Dallas. Thank you for at least admitting that, Ann. Anyway, let's share this story. This is amazing. I've had a problem ever since I was a young man with REI. Anyway, without getting into details, let's take a look. Homeless and starving Seattle employees demand REI union. Tia Kennedy is proud to work in the offices of Seattle's REI as she was done nearly 10 years, and while she loves her job, those 10 years have not been easy. When you think of the REI co-op, you think this is a place where the staff are taken care of, like Costco. Kennedy told a crowd gathering at a city hall Monday night, "You think I want to shop there because the co-op aligns with my values." Well, due to local rents doubling in only 5 years' time, this person suffered extreme hardship while working my job at REI, she said. In January, my family was homeless with a baby. Being unexpectedly displaced has been difficult for my family. She wasn't alone on the Monday night talking about difficult conditions while working at REI. One person often goes to bed hungry, and even though I was breastfeeding my baby, I was not able to feed myself well. And sometimes a coworker would buy me a pastry, and this was the only food that I ate all day. Isn't this sad? Are you still talking about spark balls? Okay. Well, I gave you the links earlier. You can click on those. But this is serious. I've always had a real weird feeling about REI. Yeah. Not a good place. Not a good feeling. A lot of weirdness going on. And that's the tip of the iceberg. A lot of companies are treating their lowly employees like they were worthless. Whew. Just enjoy the show. Don't leave, 425. We really need you here. What's the problem? Let's talk to you, the viewer. 425, what exactly is going on? Are you encountering some boredom in the show? Would you like to spice things up, get more interesting things happening? Yeah, yuppies. There you go. Maybe I can show you some political music that'll liven your day. Yeah. Hey, watch your language. Hello, Sir Waffles. Welcome to the show. Give us some truth. Okay, the truth is Hillary is an uber bitch who's trying to run our country into the ground by running for president.
Look, we came, we saw, he died. We came, we saw, he died. Look, we came, we saw, he died. Look, we came, we saw, he died.
It's not a laughing matter. I take it really seriously.
Vote for me because I'm a woman. One of my merits is I'm a woman. All these mothers vote for me because I'm a woman. Because I'm a woman. Vote for me because I'm a woman. One of my merits is I'm a woman. All these mothers vote for me because I'm a woman. Because I'm a woman.
A woman running to be the first woman
I
president.
cannot imagine anyone being more of an outsider than the first woman
Who can
president.
be more of an outsider than a woman president?
Well, I
Me?
can't think of anything more of an outsider than electing the first woman president.
A woman president of the United States of America. Women, women, woman, women, 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 woman, woman, women, 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 women,
That was intense, yeah. I hope that shook you up, 425, or did we lose you? Yeah. Another one bites the dust, yeah. So going through this mindless false flag discussion where many people still believe the party line that you're supposed to believe these events happen without seeing any proof. You have no clue as to where the decedents are being buried. None of the caskets are open, so no one really knows. Yeah, laughing about killing Gaddafi shows real-world foreign policy strength. I know. You know what's really sad about the Gaddafi death is he wasn't given any justice. They actually sodomized him with a knife at the end of his life. I know it sounds disgusting, but for those of you who are suffering from post-traumatic sodomy discussion, I'll give you a little cowbell to kind of bring that up. Thank you, Time Pilot. This will calm things down and smooth you up, lubricate your thoughts. You'll be feeling better after a little cowbell. We don't talk about sodomy in our show. I was just talking what happened to Muammar Gaddafi that Hillary Clinton endorsed. The systematic destruction and economic hit against Libya. Our government supported Al-Qaeda during that time period, and many of you were asleep at the time, so you probably weren't even watching. But Hillary Clinton was sitting on a pile of crap that Chris Stevens knew about, and Chris Stevens had to go. Now, one of my concerns is that she was complicit in the death of Chris Stevens, much like she and her husband may have been complicit in the death of all those people that were witnesses to their shenanigans with Whitewater and countless other things. So many people are not realizing that the secret is to get the good people in office as opposed to the scumbags. So let's talk about that tonight. How do we keep the good people in office or even get them in office? I'm a good person and I can't even get any mainstream media attention. But Donald, he can take my ideas and act like they're his own. 10 of my ideas were stolen by Donald, and he pretends like they're his own ideas, and I have proof of this, and the media ignores me. Now, look at these people. They're actually cyber terrorists. They're telling me to kill myself on live cast. I mean, can you believe I put up with this? Are you aware of how sick and demonic our societies become as they come in here? Now, I know you people are not like that. You're supporters. But ironically, I was a nobody 7, 8 years ago, and frankly, I'm still a nobody. And they want to get me to kill myself on camera. I mean, can you imagine how horrible these people are? I would never kill myself. I'm not suicidal, and I don't believe in that. But the mindset of these people, and the Rolling Stone committing libel and pegging me as a bizarre fringe candidate, I find that absolutely disgusting. They're not even addressing any issues. The Democrats have been known for name calling. This is the truth. And anytime questions of authenticity, accuracy come up, like in the case of Barack Obama's birth certificate, I was out there questioning Obama's birth certificate in '08 when I first started. Trump took the idea and ran with it in 2011. I wanted to prosecute Obama in '08. Trump dropped the idea of prosecuting Obama. He still doesn't want to prosecute Obama. So it's clear that Trump is the establishment candidate. I'm the guy who wants to prosecute Obama for his fake birth certificate. I did unban all just the other day. Let's talk about the CIA getting a hold of information, which I'm not talking about Pokemon right now. I'm talking about the CIA director, John O'Brien, has openly stated that he wants to use geoengineering to combat global warming. And he's bringing up chemtrails as the way to do it. Now, it's a little late that he starts talking about this now that we are finding out after the fact that the CIA director admits this stuff is being used. But what is interesting is the science behind it doesn't make any sense. They believe that somehow creating a reflective surface in the ionosphere is going to push the sun away and cool off the planet. Well, two problems with that. Number one, the planet is not warming. They are warming it. The amount of air pollution the chemtrails have produced is actually creating an inversion layer and depleting the ozone. No matter what you do scientifically, you're not going to get reflective surfaces in the ionosphere by spraying aluminum into the atmosphere like they think. So they're okay dumping aluminum particles in the atmosphere for you to breathe. They're okay with dumping lithium in the atmosphere, all kinds of heavy metals, selenium, strontium, the list goes on. They're willing to dump nanoparticles in the air for you to breathe. And now they think that somehow that's going to kick the global warming, which ironically, we're not even globally warming, only due to the inversion layer that we're doing this warming. What's happening is our Earth is changing the alignment. It's called the galactic alignment with the Milky Way and the sun. And we're looking at a possible magnetic polar shift or a pole shift of our magnetosphere. It's at the verge of changing. And in that process, which happens every 25,000 years, we slowly enter, mind you, an ice age. Nothing to freak out about. So they don't need to worry about global warming. We're entering an ice age. They need to stop warming the planet. And again, we go back to the Hegelian dialectic, where they create the problem that only they can fix. Well, they're creating the global warming that only they say they can fix. They say they're somehow spraying reflective particles in the atmosphere now. That's what they're saying. Now, you people who've been standing around going, no, these are condensation. These are in some way condensation behind the jet. They're not chemtrails. They're contrails. And this insane junk science that's being dumped into our political scene now. And John O'Brien is simply the mouthpiece, the director of the CIA. He's just trying to tell it to everybody now. So you'll go, oh, yes, thank you for helping me by spraying chemicals in the air. I'm so happy. Oh, I hope this global warming stops. And it gets worse and worse. And in California, they're dehydrating. Many of you people are wondering, where's the water? Why can't... Yeah, I'm going to have real talk right now with you. Yes, real talk with you right now. When you're in California, you're taking an unbelievably short shower with a mist you can barely feel. You got to ask yourself, why are they doing this? Why are they engineering a drought in California? That's what they're doing. I'm not on a monologue. I'm interacting with chat, and you're about to get kicked. All right, so there's been a lot of bad behavior by our men in the CIA and also, of course, in the FBI. Recently, James Comey, the FBI director, refused to in any way pursue Hillary on any charges regarding obstruction of justice, illegal use of emails, missing data, lack of public disclosure. There's so many different things that he could charge her with, but he hasn't. Right. So we've got all kinds of things that are happening in a country that's completely corrupt. The only reason why I can sit here with a straight face and tell you that this country is completely corrupt and I'm not really worried about my safety by saying it is because we still have the last vestiges of what my father fought for. Our Constitution, protecting my free speech. You see, we're the last bastion of freedom in the world. America is. And I have an obligation to follow in my father's footsteps to defy the corruption and give you what you truly deserve, a free and open democracy and a republic. And I will do that with all my power, because this is ultimately the ultimate goal of this nation, not to absorb into the UN and become a global world government, not to become part of a new world order, but rather to make this country great. Keep this country great. Yeah, keep America great. And that's my slogan. I don't believe we're not great. I believe we are the greatest nation in the world, but we've got to prove it. And you, the voter, are about ready to make that choice when you choose me in the upcoming election. So let me get you some information about myself. I'm David Sponheim. I started America's Third Party. Thanks, Ann. I started America's Third Party in 2008 with Sarah. We did another party prior to this just to get started. We found out that our party idea wasn't that successful. It was called the Cool Rock Party. We even came up with a cool concept of saving energy and making our nation more efficient. But we changed our name to America's Third Party in 2008 because we really believed that the country would respond to a third party as the election became more obviously corrupt. And I think it's really happening. It's working. Yeah, we are available for phone calls if you do want to call in. No, you're all off on the dialectic. Yeah, the Hegelian dialectic is a different concept. It has nothing to do with the truth. Never did. I saw Trump using the 666 symbol over and over again with his hand. I saw that. There's something wrong with him. I'm going to talk to you about the future of our country where you are the individual and you're more important than anybody else. Meaning we're all important and we're all individuals. Meaning the government should back off, get out of our face, stop harassing us with speed guns and going down the highway, and pushing our nation to the brink of its sanity with fake events. Now, I will put together a media verification alliance when I'm president. The Media Verification Alliance will work hand in hand with C-SPAN, and it'll be an alliance of bloggers and online journalists that will be able to get money to do this. They'll get paid, and they'll be able to travel around the country and verify every single shooting, every single horrible event which occurs in this country. The doors at the police station will be open to them, or the police station will hear from me directly. Anyone who wants to review, autopsy the body of any one of the decedents, like in this case the Dallas police officers getting killed, the Media Verification Alliance will at least get a viewing window of the body. They'll be allowed to look at all the stats about what the cause of death was. There will be oversight and reveals that you would never get right now under this corrupt system we have right now, where nobody can see anything. Like I said, scant evidence in every one of these shootings. Oh, I will be president. Oh, I know for a fact I'll be president. Yeah. You see, I have a very unique ability. Many people don't know or believe in the ability of psychic phenomenon, but I do. And I was born psychic. I don't claim to be a psychic. I don't run around making money helping police departments with my psychic ability. I have this ability, and I've proven it to myself time and time again. And when I was a young boy, I actually had a vision of my future, which was so powerful that I couldn't possibly ignore it. And I asked myself at the time, when I was a young student getting straight A's in elementary school and then on in high school, I went straight A's as well. I thought, well, the best way to fulfill this prophecy that I had, or this premonition, was to put myself in a position to become an attorney, go on to become a successful attorney and run for local politics. And that didn't work out. And yet I still had this premonition that I would someday be president. And then along came college, and I was the number one student in my high school class of 770 students with a 4.0 average, and proceeded to try to get into colleges. And I wasn't allowed in. And I couldn't get into Princeton, Harvard, Yale, or Stanford. They all turned me down. And I had very high SATs in the top 98 percentile. I had already finished a year of college physics and a year of college calculus, 2 years of college calculus at the age of 15. I'd already gone to college, and a lot of young people are doing that now too. But I was ready to go, and I was not given any opportunity. And I wasn't given any money either. I was prejudiced against for being white. I would have had a lot more money to go to college if I had been black or claimed I was Native American, like Elizabeth Warren. And what turned out to be, I decided to go to UCLA, and Sanders endorses Clinton. That's not really a story here. We knew Sanders was going to endorse Clinton when he ran in the race and said, "I don't want to talk about the emails too, Hillary." Dude, if you don't talk about the emails, you don't even have a run against Hillary. I mean, what the hell? The guy gave up as soon as he started. It was a joke. But let's not even make Sanders or Clinton an issue tonight. I went to UCLA, and I was really lost in the shuffle. I felt like I was one of 500 people. So I would raise my hand in class, and everyone would turn their heads at me, and I'd be asking the professor questions, as if I was in a class of 3 people. And I got a little reputation at UCLA for being outspoken. And the consequence of that is the professors were so intimidated by my intelligence that they tried to make fun of me. They tried to ridicule me, to shut me up in the classrooms. And I became almost their worst enemy. Had a lot of face-to-face conflicts with communist professors at UCLA, and really became the antithesis of an academic, a person who hates academia. And I went on to go into small business because I really didn't like the communist-led academics that we have today. Now we have Marxists embedded in the White House. And here I am running my campaign for president with Sarah, with my own concepts, with great ideas, and we still are seeing a growing number of people around the world talking about what this is. This is a real organic political movement, and it's changing, and we are morphing with you. And we've always done this. We've worked with our chatters, and we've interacted with our chatters nightly. No other presidential candidate has ever done this. This is Sarah, my choice for vice president this election, and I really believe that I'm not trying to impart my view on academics to you, but I really believe that if you have a goal to pursue in academics, please do it. Don't in any way be thwarted by what I just said. But if you run into nothing but harassment and ridicule from professors that don't even understand what your question is, then you need to go pursue your own path, like other people in the world have. Like Bill Gates, he didn't finish his college degree. There are a lot of people who've gone on to do what they wanted to do without a college degree. Even some of the greatest scientists, Edison, didn't even graduate from high school. Edison, Thomas Edison, he failed high school. All right. Sarah is the eye candy here. Obviously, I'm not that good looking, so I'm going to hand the show over to Sarah and have her do a little time here while I take care of some things, and she'll get to know you as well. No, the campaign's not a joke. We've been spinning a story after story every night that seems to be attracting millions of people around the world now. And because of that, well, I'm muting certain guests because they say things that are just worthless. And there are people in here who want to come in here because they can't get in. They've got capacity servers facing them every single night. So yeah, I mute people so they go away eventually, and they say, well, I'm muted. I am let new people in. All right.
Tuberculosis, wow.
TB spike, Colorado. There's been a massive increase in TB We heard that 22% of the refugees coming into the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota had tuberculosis, but now the increased number of refugees diagnosed is TB to 16. Wow, in Colorado. The Colorado Department of Public Health admits 16 refugees were diagnosed with active TB between 2011 and 2014. It's a serious, threatening illness that needs to be eradicated. Only because we're allowing refugees in are we giving that. Thank you. All right, I will step out. Sarah will give you some time. Yes, we have millions of people watching us on bumped feeds from UHF channels around the world now. We've got people in Korea, welcome. Viewers in Korea, Japan, welcome. Australia, New Zealand. We've got people watching us in Latvia, in Poland, in Finland. We've got people watching us around the world wondering, what can we do to help you get noticed, David? And how come the media in America has shunned you and Sarah?
I'm glad to hear that. Let me also open up our YouTube chat so that I can monitor the chat over there, which would be good. So I hope you guys are all having a lovely day. Tuesday. I know. Well, I don't think I can do that. Take it off. There you go. So that's about it. Oh, do I have that look? I didn't know. You're watching from Karakutirmikaro. I don't know where that is. You're in Iceland? Hello. Yes, we'll keep doing this forever, George. Sodini, thank you. Yep, David loves doing the show, and I enjoy the witty banter. Oh, an eco-friendly way to stop a protest without using any guns or cops? I don't know, 305. Do you want to repost it? I love my life. It's 4 a.m. in Finland. The women who get up really early might watch this. No, thank you, 504. Thanks for the invite, though. I don't normally ban you, Sniper One. David bans you because you enjoy me more. Yes. Yes, exactly, George. Just because I love talking to people like you. That's why. Ah, yes, another 4 years. Another 100 years. 400 years? Something like that. Nope. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow, look at all those lions. That's really cool. Are those some of those, Lion Squad? So powerful and scary at the same time. Squad in full effect. Is that a real video, or is that, like, been photoshopped? I don't know. That's pretty cool. Nope. David's never done any time anywhere. Only if I get your support. That's the only way David's likely to win. When he gets your support, then it's all fantastic from there. Dialectic, you say, is the art of investigating or discussing the truth of options. Why did I always think dialectic always had like two sides? Well, I guess you need two sides to discuss anything. You could have more than two sides, though. I don't talk about my professional life and my personal life. I just talk about my political life. That's it. Hopefully, George. Hopefully. Why not, Sniper? Because you like me, that's why. Alright, I have to go to account. No. I can check the thing over there. Stream options, I think. Advanced settings, yes. No, you can't do anything. Wow. Well, thank you very much. Yes, only doing that, yes. I think there's a lot that needs to happen, and I'm so glad you're here to help. That's very good. You teach 15 to 8 years. Only doing that, good. Yes. All our teachers, all our students. I learn new things every single day. At least if I make an effort, I learn new things. One pretty cool thing that Thanks. Okay, one thing that I learned today was about this visual development and eye exercises, which is pretty cool. You're objectively better looking than everyone in the room, according to you. I would say that's subjective, but okay, if you say so. Totally. No, 786. He's gonna keep going forever and ever and ever. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to treat you like anything, sniper person. I don't mean to treat you badly. I hope you're feeling okay. That is so hilarious. That is pretty funny, Meow, Dr. Meow, with Bernie Sanders saying, Hillary Clinton is unfit to be president, and then, we must all support Hillary Clinton. Yeah. This is hilarious, and then a comment is this really true? In that case, he's really a piece of, yeah, that's what happens in political campaigns. No, that's Bernie Sanders saying that. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. You agree that the guest is the best looking? That's fantastic. All right, good. Do I think this is the best way to spend one's life? Yes. I think it's fine. Oh man. I think I like what I'm doing, so it's fine with me. If you don't like spending your life watching me and communicating with me, you don't have to. But if there's something better that you can be doing, I encourage you to go do that. I know, I always do. Bite my lip when you instant message me, even though I don't actually receive instant messages, but I do have Facebook open this moment. Haha, okay. All right. Yeah, we're living our dreams. I believe that all lives matter. I understand a lot of people are quite upset, but I do believe everyone's important. All right. Live streaming on YouTube. Post. Oh, that's not my link. All right. No, I haven't thought of any help. Do you need help? I mean, I might be able to contact someone for you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know anybody that could help you. No thanks, Antique. I really don't. I seem genuine. The guy was opposite that chatted before, that was on the show before. Thanks. I'll think about it. I don't think it's I don't think that's on purpose, 967. I think that the police respond to certain events, and I don't think that they are purposely targeting any individual. That's true. I don't like pre-processed food. Let me get rid of this. This looks not right. No. That's not my place to say about anybody's mom or anything like that. Thank you very much. Let's just delete this. That's true. I don't like processed foods. But I would say, that I definitely think that police can have more sensitivity training. And one thing I want to say to police officers, I want to encourage police officers to actually do more positive outreach, especially in neighborhoods that are troubled. And take people cookies and just introduce yourself and, hi, I'm so and so, I'm a police officer, and just wanted to introduce myself, and that's it. So all right. David never flunked out of anything. They won't take your cookies? Well, they'll remember that you offered them. Even if they don't take them, they'll remember that you offered them. That's what I would say. Well, and I think that we are, as the Dallas chief said, I think that we're definitely demanding a lot of our police officers. I like smiling. I have no idea. 575. Whoa. That's pretty crazy, Walton. I don't know if I want that. You think I'm naive about the world of crime? Maybe so, because I don't commit any crimes, so I don't hang around people that commit crimes. So maybe I am a little naive. I don't mind that. All right. Hello. What exactly am I demanding of police officers? I just said they should go around troubled neighborhoods and have more positive interactions with people. Like take cookies to neighborhoods. They could be all wrapped in store-bought cookies that are totally wrapped up, so they know that they are not, that the cookies from the police don't have anything in there or something like that. You don't want to pay for cops to bring cookies to people? I do. I really think that we need to have more positive interactions between police and the public that they serve. Thank you very much, Antique. So, well, whatever, 981. I mean, they don't have to bring cookies, but I think that they can definitely go out and just go and say, hey, I just came to check on you. There's nothing wrong. But more positive interactions are a good thing. Why not 867? I believe when you dream, you should dream big. That's what I believe. And I guess good people do like cops. I don't have a problem with police officers. I appreciate their helping us. My superhero powers would be to kill people with kindness. Actually, I don't want to kill anyone, so transform people with kindness into more kind people. Yeah, definitely. That's a good point, Dr. Meow. Where do you think we should go? Another solar system, perhaps. What I'm dreaming could actually happen. You really, Bill Clinton? Really? Wow. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just being positive is good. I like being positive. I like being a positive person. No, I don't hate you. I think you're fine. I think you're an okay person. You know, I'm in a relationship, so yes, when I transform the room with my kind thoughts, you can move on and be more kind to everybody you meet, whether in this room or other rooms or in your real life. Oh, you could. Yes, I do know that place where you can get money. Actually, I know the other thing too, 182, but I'd rather not talk about that. Yeah, I know, that's the problem. People expect to be sniped when they see a police officer, and it should be more about, hey, neighbor. Well, I'm going to keep working on it, 841. Yeah, I kept the guest chat on. I haven't muted or purged anyone. Here's a hug for Sniper. Hope you feel better. There you go. So, it's all good. Life's pretty good. You're welcome. All right. And the other people that didn't like me just left because they're like, oh, right, she has a point. I'm wasting my time if I don't like this. Oh, do you like that, 967? Is it fun for you? If it is, I'm so glad. I'm happy that you're able to do those things that you want. Everyone needs a big hug. There you go. It's all right.
Oh, is that a group hug you gave her?
Yeah, I'm trying to transform people with my kindness.
Wow.
Yeah, it's my whole motto in life.
Yeah.
Be nice.
Be nice. Yeah. And that's actually a very good attitude because, positivity breeds positivity. I know. And Sniper, you're so intelligent, Sarah. She is. She's a very smart lady. Love and hugs. We've got a feel-good group here.
Good.
Great.
It's working.
Yeah.
Yay.
We've had the same number of followers on Twitter for 4 years now.
Good.
No, I'm just amazed.
Well, we haven't worked it either.
No, I mean...
everything requires
these are locked, Sarah.
effort.
These are locked. These things are locked. I argue that the hit counter locks on Twitter and YouTube are just one layer of censorship. No, I'm not. I'm very intelligent, Sniper. I have a very high IQ. Well, I'm always very relaxed. You know, the show is an intimate time where we can chat every night and share our ideas. You know, I'm always pretty... But I do get wound up about how the injustices are going on right in front of our very eyes. So I'm not going to sit back and ignore that. Yeah, lock counters, false flags, absolutely. Yeah, censorship at the highest level in America. And if you guys don't realize it and you continue to disbelieve what's happening to us and many others around the country, then go right ahead and watch your own personal life and your rights to get taken away. Because it is a slow process. And you can't see it. If you can't see the forest from the trees and look at the big picture, you can't see it happening. It takes a little bit more insight into looking at the big picture. When I say there's hardly any evidence in these cases, that's the truth. When I talk about how the government hasn't solved American jobs, that's the truth. When I talk about how you don't have a decent priced education and never have under the Democrats, Republicans, that's the truth. So we're talking about the truth tonight.
Very good.
Hang on, let me take care of this. See how this is slow too?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so try to stay positive. I'm amazed you even allowed guest chat. That's like a rare occasion for us to... No, my life does matter. But people like you don't matter. I mean, that's why I do the mute. I'm going to be starting with the chemtrails all night long. We'll be talking about the chemical dump on our society every day. Yeah. The streams have been censored. Yeah, this censorship has been going on in Vaughn. I'm not making any of this up. People are seeing it when they come in here. They can't get into the show. Bob Dole, Trump's VP, breaking news. That'll be funny. That would be hilarious, in fact. Bob Dole, running for president again. No, I have... Oh, God. This is, I think, time for me to pull guest chat off, because I can't listen to this tripe coming out of their mouths. Thank you.
I encourage all of you to make accounts. We also are streaming our show over on YouTube, and I'm monitoring the chat over there.
Okay.
Very few cargo ships on Upper New York Bay. Has that just been the recent development? I like stuff. Has that been going on for a while? Okay, go bake. Whatever that means. Like you're going to make a...
No, he's actually
cake?
getting baked. He's going to get baked. That's what he's doing. David, Illuminati plan, remember, is to divide the country, then conquer. Norman, they haven't quite divided the country, and they haven't conquered us, so... I want to check out the Dow Jones average and just do the Dow Jones. We all love you. That's good. I'm glad Sarah has a lot of fans here.
New high.
Yeah. Screaming forward. They had to put the stock market upswing in play because the price of silver and gold were upturning at a rapid rate. Gold was going like this. Silver was going like this. So they're trying to level gold and silver down because by increasing the stock market value, they immediately have everyone go, about phrase, we've got to get this gold market and silver market controlled. Bless you. We've got to get this gold and silver market under control. And that's when the stock market, zooms and people think, wow, I'm missing out. I could make money in the stock market. How Monsanto invaded, occupied, and now controls government regulators. Yeah. Okay, see what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would I have somebody like that
I don't know.
in the room? Ban time. Okay, we're going to try to limit the conversation to people who actually have a brain instead of sitting there masturbating all the
Say
time.
positive things about David.
Yeah. How Monsanto invaded, occupied, and now controls government regulators. Yeah, this isn't surprising at all. I mean, if you'd like, I'll read the article with you.
Read it to me.
If you've
Like a
ever
bedtime
wondered,
story.
yeah, gosh, if you've ever wondered why corporations seem to hold so much sway over our government, look no further than who's making all the decisions in Washington. And more importantly, where many of these people worked before being handed comfy high-level positions at top government agencies. Now, a lot of people can't even track what I just said, so. You might be surprised the number of senior advisors, chiefs of staff, judges, commissioners, and other employed at agencies like the Department of Justice, the Food and Drug Administration, and the EPA, who all have one thing in common. They used to hold executive level positions at multinational corporations like Monsanto. We knew all this. This is all common knowledge. But thanks for the link. Pretty soon we're going to get to the point where we know everything we've known for the past 10 years, and we're going to realize, wow, we're doing nothing with our knowledge. Nothing seems to be moving. Hi there, Mad Dog. People die fighting for democracy. Laura and I never did that. Yeah, so I don't really think we need to kind of sidetrack the issue. The issue really at Truth Tuesday is we still don't see any American jobs. Where are they? People are looking for work. Some people want to be hairdressers. And the lease on their building jumped twice as much. There's people being gouged. Did you see recently that REI, I didn't show you this earlier, but REI is having a lot of people in their business over there in Seattle are suffering from malnutrition because they can't keep up with the low wage of the scale wage. We just had this link in just a few minutes ago on REI. Anyway, it's gone now.
I didn't get rid of it.
No, don't worry about it. It's not at my fingertips.
Well, that's because you have
60 links open.
other things at
I
your
know.
fingertips.
Did you see Vashana? This is a really nice African-American woman who was talking about her situation. And I played this last night for myself, just watching it. She is kind of like an interactive one-on-one person hitting the YouTube scene. And right now she's not popping up here. Let's see what we got. Vashana, where are you? Oh, there you are, girl. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's play a little Vashana. She says, can I speak my mind for a minute, y'all? Check this out. Wait, we're having an internet bog down right now. Oh, the computer is overtaken with this. I gotta get rid of this thing. Oh,
Come on in here.
Okay, we'll close it.
Come on in here. Come on in here. I don't see nobody on here. But I'm gonna wait for some folks to come on real quick. Okay, I got 2 people. If you don't repent, you going to hell. Last time I checked, ain't no racist people in heaven. God is not no racist. He said go into all the earth, all the world, and make disciples of all nations. White, black, Mexican, whatever. It does not matter.
Now, she said that black people can't be racist. She said that in this video. I'll give you guys the link on Facebook. But do you think black people can be racist? Can anybody be racist? You know, that's the thing. I just didn't get that. Anyway, that was Vashana Dixon. Thank you. I thought I'd bring that into the show. So, are you of the belief that this Black Lives Matter organization is a danger to our society? I don't think they are. I think they haven't shown to do anything dangerous. Just because this shooter, who, by the way, had no connection whatsoever to the BLM gathering, the shooter, alleged shooter who died, they say, he had his own agenda. He was an oddball. So connecting the dots between that shooter and the BLM is really a stretch, but the media has already gone out and said that there is a big divide between blacks and the men in blue. and the blue curtain of the police force. So they're all concerned now that blacks and the blue curtain are having a problem. This is the spin in today's news. So this is like back in the 60s, 1969, the Black Panthers. Oh man, these guys are organizing, they're dangerous. Turns out they all had a legal permit to buy a gun. And the government lost that case against the Black Panthers. They use these things as ways to show division, in which we don't have division. I don't think we have the kind of division that's being brought up in the media right now. I'm not racist. American tradition says I'm not racist at all. I know. So the accusation of racism, I think, can come from a black person just like it can come from a white person. It really is kind of a he said, she said, whatever, but it's not going anywhere. Accusing people of being racist doesn't go anywhere either. Calling people the N-word doesn't go anywhere. So when Barack Obama used the N-word in a public podcast, he kind of went off on a limb there, and I think he's fomenting a division here as he's leaving the White House. I think he has kind of reached that point where he is divisive. He's trying to create a racial conflict here because he's got nothing else going on. That's just my take on it. You might differ, and all of you may differ, but he has been doing that, yeah. He is causing as much harm as he can before he leaves, American tradition says. And the word is overused more than ever now to point of meaningless. Blind Faith says the racist word is, yeah, so we've all got a lot of concern here that racism is being used to foment more fear. And we don't need more fear. We don't need more potential conflict in this country. We need to solve problems. And we're not. We're not really solving problems. We're letting the two-party system do the same thing they've been doing for decades now. Promise us minor fixes and deliver hardly anything. And we just stand here and go, thank you, media. And we don't get any media time here. That's the amazing thing about this. We are our own media by doing the show every night. We become our own media. And it's all the last refuge of democracy in this country, really. There is no place for it anymore. In the mainstream media, they've shut democracy down. The free press, now comes the price tag. That's the problem. Mm-hmm. The media is run by oligarchs. Exactly, Norman. So because the free press is now pricey and for sale, we can't have any semblance of a democracy, and the basis of our freedoms, the reason why our country was founded, the individuality and independence and freedom of speech that our country was predicated on, has been ripped apart from our nation by these oligarchs who stifle our free speech, who tell us we can only vote in the Democratic or Republican Party, define what kind of election process we have. Now, writing my name in is just your way of standing away from that and saying, hey, I want this guy. I'm going to show him some support. Screw the New World Order is going to take over either way with the Republicans or Democrats. Your vote is completely lost either way. And they have to recount these if I get 25,000 votes in any one state. Let me check this out here. So I'm going to need to put my name in the show here. It's like high priority. We had a couple things last night that we came up with, concepts like filter the air. We thought that would be a good thing to talk about, filter the air. And I think a new background would be in order. And I'm going to stop it so it doesn't roll. Now I need to get some
I agree.
air.
Thank you, American tradition. At least you would be doing something by
saves the earth,
by writing David's name in.
but not so much technically.
Okay, so on Truth Tuesday, we usually talk about the dreaded chemtrails, which obviously, many people don't even know about, but we've been dealing with the reality that our air is being polluted purposely. And we would rather get rid of carbon as opposed to dump carbon in the atmosphere. But this is irrefutable evidence of what is going on every day.
How we can prove that jet aircraft are spraying in our skies. Here's the answer. Because we have up-close film footage of these jets spraying, turning on and off. Period. That's the end of any debate on the matter. In the effort to awaken others to the critical climate engineering issue, if they refuse to accept what they can see with their own eyes, there's nothing more you can do for them. Move on to others that are ready to face reality. The greatest lie ever perpetrated on populations around the planet is the fallacy that the lingering, expanding jet trails we see in our skies is just condensation. It is not. Film footage like this proves beyond any reasonable doubt that what we are seeing in our skies are sprayed aerosol dispersions that are part of the ongoing global climate engineering solar radiation management assault. These programs are decimating Earth's life support systems. They're nothing short of omnicide for planet Earth. They must be stopped. Videos like this are the most exceptional of tools in the battle to reach a critical mass of awareness regarding the climate engineering issue. We must all use every tool at our disposal. Every day counts. This is Dane Wigington for geoengineeringwatch.org.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit delete there. Thank you. All right, so we are dealing with, regardless of whether you believe chemtrails are happening in the air, we are dealing with the reality that we need to filter the air. Yet these people continue to believe that. No, I haven't heard about Oakville, Washington. I had no idea. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing me. These things have been affecting people a long, long time, and I don't think any one of us really understands exactly what's happening. Even the person speaking is still just investigating. Dane Wigington is the authority at geoengineeringwatch.org, but we have no real idea of what really is going on. What I do believe they're saying now, they're releasing, is that they are somehow creating reflective layer in the atmosphere so that they can somehow cool the planet. And I don't believe that's working. I believe it's quite the opposite. It's simply depleting the ozone and creating more air filtration issues.
I've not watched. I did not watch Hillary nodding her head as Bernie was speaking. I'd rather not listen to either of them.
They disgust me. The whole two-party system has become disgusting to me. That's the real story from my perspective. I actually tuned off in 2008 when Barack Obama went on the scene. I stopped listening to his speech. Anything past a half a minute, I completely dropped off.
Yeah.
And I've only done that to preserve my integrity and understanding of the real problems facing the country. If I listen to the palabra coming out of his mouth, well, let's be clear. We're going to take care of and the way he pretends to be on top of things when he has no clue, palabra, yeah. I believe that we've now come to the critical mass point where we've heard enough BS from the Democrats and we've heard enough BS from the Republicans. And we really have reached that apex where the American people really need to articulate what they want. There's a connection between Monsanto, Bill Gates, and chemtrails. There's something about the elitists wanting to depopulate that enters into this scenario. So the equation never turned out to filter the air. They never put this in play. This is the logical solution to the world's problems right now. Flat out. The logical truth is we need to filter the air. And we've talked about the other important truth, which is just as important, which is the water issue.
I did open that somewhere. I don't know where I put it, Scissor Fight. Maybe David will do that.
But water and air obviously, take precedent. When China is in such a terrible condition as this picture of downtown Beijing, We're looking at a disastrous ozone layer of chemicals descending from the sky, the very same chemicals you just saw dropped in the air. Furthermore, eerie pictures show untouched Fukushima exclusion zone as photographer risks safety to sneak into a nuclear disaster site. Wow. Look at this. Check this out. We don't listen to that person. He's basically a troll. Everything he says is troll. Look at this. Eerie pictures show untouched Fukushima exclusion zone as photographer risks safety to sneak into nuclear disaster. If I say this over and over again, I say a magic spell and Tinkerbell arrives. And everything's perfect. Okay, you ready? Let's play it. Eerie pictures coming up. Hey there, Sunstar. Welcome. Whoa, look at that. Yeah, Fukushima. Inside Japan's nuclear ghost towns. Wow. Good evening.
Lying completely untouched since 2011, Fukushima is a desolate wasteland. Disaster struck after a magnitude 9 earthquake triggered a tsunami that destroyed a power plant, leading to the worst nuclear disaster since Chernobyl. The quake that caused it was strong enough to permanently move Japan's main island, Honshu, 2 meters east. In the following days and weeks, it's estimated that over 150,000 people were forced to leave the area. 27-year-old urban explorer Kiwi Long, with friends Sharina Ing and Koji Hori, visited 4 towns in Fukushima in June this year. The plant has thousands of times more radiation than was in the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Though they wore gas masks to filter the contaminated air, they chose not to wear protective clothing, leaving their skin exposed to the potentially harmful environment. The trio didn't just risk dangers to their health. To enter the so-called red zone area, they had to dodge police patrols, sneaking in under the cover of night. Whilst on site, Kyo found gold, money and other valuables still in place, along with clean washing half removed from machines. They explored an empty mall with shops full of merchandise dating back over 5 years. The Malaysian-born photographer wanted to explore the devastating effects of the earthquake firsthand and to see the hold that nature took 5 years on. The Tokyo Electric Power Company Incorporated estimates that it will take at least 40 years to complete the cleanup operation.
All right, well, that was an interesting wake-up call. Yeah, good to know. And then we've got other information coming out about the history of lawns. I can't wait.
I think you're right, Ninja.
Wow.
栃木県自然環境課によりますと、6月から7月にかけて捕獲された野生動物を調べたところ、
I'm sure they did pocket
矢板市でイノシシから
I'm sure they did pocket the money that they stole. All right, so we're going to talk about filtering the air tonight, and because this is the future of our world. The more they stick pollution in the air, to talk yourself into sticking garbage in the air to clean up the atmosphere is absurd. It's like starting wars to achieve peace. It's completely opposite
peace
thinking.
Through war
peace through
make
war.
sense.
So we're trying to come up with a different plan than the obvious wrong plan that we have right now. Thank you so much for coming in, Sarah.
Thanks.
Yay!
So funny, I should do that when you leave.
Wow. No, we're happy that you're enjoying your evening. I love it when Sarah's in here. I think it's great. I know you did. A lot of you guys really enjoyed it. Some of you really enjoyed touching yourself too. I can see that. Well, hello. Good evening. Yes. Well, I think there's a lot of reasons for us to work on the air pollution problem. I'm going to send my entire plan tonight. We talked about fresh water last week. I'm going to kind of focus on air pollution tonight. Putting together a good, solid plan. Yeah, well, this show used to be for some people. You know, when Sarah was in all the time, they would just sit here and touch themselves the whole time, and then brag about it, which is really kind of disgusting. Well, it's the beginning of Soylent Green. You're right. That's right. You remember that. You still have a memory. You haven't succumbed to Alzheimer's yet, Beekman, from the aluminum deodorant that you're using? Wow. Your memory's still kicking. That's good. Good for you. Must be that ginkgo biloba supplement you're on. I will not let Lola know, American Tradition. We're trying to, help everybody. So I came up with a couple solutions. One of them is to, instead of throw the air down, we're going to actually go sideways with it. Well, you decide which way we're going to go. How about that way? So, that being the case, we're going to push pollution away from you in the form of trapping it, charging it with an ion so it can sink to the ground, and deradiate it, running it through a mesh electromagnetic filter system. So I'm anticipating modern innovations that will actually filter the air, and I know that they're already being made right now. There are people out there that have developed this amazing technology. There's a guy who sucks. He's in China. He's right down in the streets down here. In fact, you can barely see him. He's right there. He's got a vacuum cleaner. Do you have vision that good? You can see that well? Well, he vacuums up the air. And thank you. I will mute him. Thank you. Let me replace you with my automatic artificial being.
We are a proud nation, but our pride is limited by our work, so we must work hard for each other.
That creepy voice. Yeah, let me. This helps me get through this evening. It gives me more control over my biometric system. Thank you for coming into the show. Welcome. Would you like to talk about how polluted the Earth is? Let's talk. Let's be frank. Let's be David. I am David. I am David Sponheim. Welcome to the show. Well, I'm freaking myself out. Anyway, if we had this picture of this guy right now, I can show it to you. Let me see if I can get the guy vacuuming the air. Pretty interesting. The truth is, there's been technologies like this out there, but nobody seems to be moving in the right direction. That is the problem. They're developing an ionic smog-sucking vacuum upgrade. I'll show you this.
I was in Beijing on a 32nd floor from a building, looking at from my room to the city. It was completely covered with smog, sort of like a veil of dust, of pollution. And I looked at it and I was like, wow, this is also what technology can do. It can liberate us, but it can also cost 8 years of our life or give children lung cancer on the early stage. So I was like, but we should do something with that, So and that was the beginning of the smog-free park.
Cool. Upgrade. Smog shuts down Chinese megacity. We now go live to a YouTube video from Ace to Ace.
China is home to a population of about 1.4 billion people and has undergone serious economic and industrial growth over the last...
Stop with that thought.
That's not fog, that's smog. Smog so thick that the megacity of 11 million people was ground to a halt when traffic was snarled, schools even had to close, and so did the airport. The reading of the amount of particulate matter in the air with a diameter of 2.5 micrometers reached 1,000. That's nasty.
That's
and
nasty.
Way higher than the 300 level that the World Health Organization deems really hazardous. To try and solve this problem, China's State Council has announced that it is banning the construction of new coal-fired power plants near Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangdong. Now this might help a little, but with over 1,000 coal power plants planned for construction worldwide...
Okay, this brings me to the whole cap and trade BS. You know how Hillary wants to push cap and trade, which is wrong? The idea that we have the ability to somehow limit greenhouse gas by creating a monopoly game to prevent people from actually burning greenhouse gas or creating greenhouse gas, it's ridiculous, and it doesn't work. It's proven to be a failure. 17% reductions are predicted by 2030, which is ridiculous. I mean, we need a lot more reductions, so we need to get aggressive with this whole thing. And I would recommend actually doing the unthinkable, which is put large spinning fans, vortex fans, in major mountain ranges. And this isn't the first idea or the first person who's come up with it. Other futurists have talked about this and talked about sucking the pollution right out of the air. That is the most logical solution right now, but instead we're seeing the most illogical thing going on, as in chemtrails being dumped in the sky. Literally polluting the sky like it was some giant toilet bowl. And it saddens me to think that they're doing this to the air we're breathing. And I care about people. I grew up in the 60s when this would be a normal day in Los Angeles. I luckily didn't live in Los Angeles, but I grew up near Los Angeles, and it was always very polluted with lead in the sky. Yeah, problem, reaction, solution. Well, they're creating the global climate changes. They're creating a drought in California, and they're saying now that they're the only ones who can fix it by spraying in the air. And they're using improper junk science to do it. And the people that they solicit to do this are the worst possible people on Earth. I've got one video. They want to actually create a virus. They leaked Pentagon video from 2005 where they say they're going to create a BMAX2 gene in the vaccinations that they're delivering, and they're going to put it on the population to neutralize them and make them less willful, or less fixated, or they're trying to minimize the chance of jihadism through a virus that affects all of us.
Overexpression of the BMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this will eliminate this behavior. Overexpression of the BMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this will eliminate this behavior.
Okay, so they believe that they could dump this chemical on the population, they'd be okay with it. Meanwhile, I want to filter the air. Well, the pollution gets trapped in filters. Now, current air filtration systems use what are called HEPA filters. And I've got a whole slew of them in my house because I use HEPA filters around the house. I breathe fresh air. And I filter my air. I don't go outside a lot. It's because I'm not going to put myself in harm's way. So yeah, so you can have filters in your home. They're very easy to buy. You can buy them at eBay. I can get you a link to show you how easy it is to get a wonderful filter for your house. Psychobehavior is, excuse me, a troll, and I had to mute what he said because he's trying to create a storm of aggression against black people. Just like Donald Trump is trying to create a storm of aggression against Muslim people or Mexican people. Like Dr. Meow, he's our resident racist. Hey, Dr. Meow, welcome. We don't really like racists here, though. We're trying to let you guys have your freedom of speech. I don't know. Super Dave doesn't bother me that much. But Super Dave, I must tell you, you can't use the N-word, so you've been banned. This should be fun. This will change his entire approach. Just relax. Give him about 1 minute. All right. Okay. I don't want to cause his local psychiatric... I brought him back. I didn't want his psychiatric problems to get too worse. You live in Southern California. You did from Southern California. Yes, we lived in the same place, 67, 2003. You lived in Temple City, right? I used to hang out with my cousin in Temple City. They lived in Arcadia. Or Temple, actually you were in Arcadia, they were in Temple City, right? Yeah, right down the street from you. We probably crossed over I think it was a Market Basket that I used to drive by. I remember driving into their home. It was right near a Market Basket in Temple City. Let's talk about the K Street lobbyist groups that are controlling our government. We'll talk about filtering the air a little bit later, but when a politician goes to the ranks, they get absorbed in the K Street group because they give these people like free rooms in Washington, D.C., or near to free. Compared to the rent in the in Chevy Chase or whatever, the price is really, really, really cheap there because they've got a deferral, a religious deferral, the K Street lobbyist groups. And they give these people a place to live. How can you get better control over Congress than getting all the young newbies in Congress to go live in your apartment building? Well, I'm sure there's a lot of things that go on there that are being held against people. You never know. And I'm not really specific on what I can say there because I really don't know anything. But if they're having parties and underage women are going in there, I mean, that's hypothetically. They could have pictures of people, congressmen, in very compromising positions, and pretty soon the congressman gets on the phone and goes, they call him up and say, yeah, we got to have you vote a certain way, and in order to do this, you don't want any of that stuff to come out. You know what I'm talking about? And they strong-arm these politicians to do these things, forcing our nation into a real situation where they're controlled by everything from sex acts to... So the K Street group is one of those red flags in Washington, D.C., in my opinion. I won't be involved with them. You won't catch me at some party after hours going, hey, how you doing, man? I really have had a great time. A lot of these people are drinkers. They're alcoholics, so... You know, I've never really understood that. No. I think we can... Right now, we can call the NRA the new KKK. But the BLM, the best analogy would be the BLM is to the Black Panthers as the NRA is to the KKK. That's a good analogy. All right. Let's just characterize these people as people who are concerned about their freedoms, their rights. They have a right to join their group and have expression. They haven't done anything wrong. There's been no attack in their name. Even the shooter in Dallas didn't admit to being affiliated with them. So the idea that the name BLM is being thrown out on the heels of the Dallas terror tragedy, they're calling it, I completely believe this is being racially fomented in the media. They're fanning the flame on an already fuming racial problem having a black president. And I think President Obama is doing exactly that, using race as a divider right now. It's one of their agendas as he leaves the office, is to use everything they can to divide the country. If you go at this thinking that these two parties are trying to unite the country, then you're fooled. Because the reality is they're never going to unite the country. They are purposely factionalizing our nation, separating us into left and right. And here I am talking about cleaning up the atmosphere, which is the logical thing to do. You got the FBI or the CIA director saying that they want to actually spray more aerosols in the air to somehow cool the planet down, which makes no sense at all. And those pollutants will land in your lungs and cause emphysema. And when I personalize it, and you realize that you could very well die of lung cancer because you're just going out going, look, mommy, the plane. And you're breathing the air like some little child, like your little child, like your son right now going outside breathing chemtrails. It must make you feel like crap that you have a child living in this environment. I feel bad for you fathers and you mothers. My goodness, you must be terrified. Let's open up guest chat and get your opinion. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay, I don't know how that got in there. I guess it was just up from last night or something. But they are using race as a divider. That's the whole point. Yeah, I said that. I know. They're profiling Ninja Heart. They're using race as a divider. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying all along. Did I not say that? Well, at least you understand it, and you're on top of it. Thank you. You're a father 4 times over, but haven't seen the children. Oh, gosh. Yeah. So your wife took your kids, and you're just hoping they're breathing fresh air out in Wyoming or something. The NRA is to the KKK as the BLM is to the Black Panther movement. Yeah, there's no connection. I mean, I can't honestly say the NRA is the KKK, can I? We are just getting ready to start dealing with reality. The whole point of looking at this dark, ugly thing is for you to wake up and face the music. No, I'm just forcing you into a truth, the truth hold. Let's call it the truth hold. Yeah, you're wondering why you're watching the show, and I'm showing you the obvious truth right in front of you. It's giving you a reality check. And you're saying to yourself, self, am I here? Is this real? Is this, could it be the Matrix? Could it be the very design that was laid out for me with the chemtrails dumped on my head? And I'm here to believe that something's different. Well, Bill Nye, the science guy, has come out with this ridiculous mimicked theory that Elon Musk is running this story, that somehow we're all part of a computer simulation. Yeah, you'll get Can't Stop. Is it okay if I start up with another song? Thanks. But yeah, the idea that this is some sort of computer simulation. Bill Nye, the science guy, the guy that just endorsed GMOs and Monsanto, is now saying we're all in a simulation. Do you get the feeling that these people are working through the channels of education tools like Bill Nye controlling them? Well, I am pissed off that this media control and propaganda is being forced down our throat to think that we should in some way be integrated with technology. It's ridiculous. So we do this show so that you realize that we're human and we're not going to be a robot. So we can't stop and we won't stop.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight.
This is me dancing in my chair. Okay, let's bring on the police state.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim.
As if it couldn't get any worse. This is your hometown police force now.
For president.
It's really a new world order.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop. We can't stop and we won't stop.
In this coming election, vote for David Spawn High.
Was that exciting? Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't help but enjoy that immensely. How about this one?
Bill Hicks. Bastards. Yes, I am Bill Hicks.
And create something like I've never built before. You wanted me to fly, so I've made this. It has no steering, it has no brakes, it's got 2 accelerators and not even a seat. But can someone with no engineering qualifications and no experience of flying make something that actually leaves the ground? It's the Colin Powers Hoverbike!
Wow. That is amazing. Yes, I'm impressed. He should wear a helmet. Yes. All right. Thank you for the discussion about the air pollution problem, but I want to put it away now and kind of get it out of the room. So I wanted to bring up something more up-tempo, like a hovercraft, the toy that you can actually hang out and look at. So that's much more interesting. Yeah. No one wants to talk about air pollution. You know, who wants to discuss that stuff? And same with all these other issues, you know, stopping chemtrails and, let's get rid of that. I wanted to show you this. This is the picture that we had of the crisis actor team that was carrying a body toward the Pulse restaurant. This is the only evidence we have of anybody being taken to a hospital. And they want us to believe that this is from Orlando. I use a purifier called the Platinum Series. Let me see if I can get you a link to it. I bought a couple of these for our rooms, and then we have other air filters too, HEPA filters. I don't seem to have any in the picture for you, sorry. David, we know you at like we don't watch your show. David, we know you at like we don't watch your show. Oh, boobles. Okay. You need wire mesh for protection? Okay. You want to talk about RF frequencies or something? I'd rather talk about this. This is a situation where this video, this is a still picture of the video, shows a mannequin painted up to look like a real person. So that's the telltale sign of what appears to be an obvious goal to convince the American people of something that isn't true. So that being the case, that is the argument that a false flag is going on. Here's a cool one. Yeah, Platinum Air Filter 2000. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly. Yeah, that's the Platinum 2000. That's a modern one of the kind I have. All right, so filtering the air is really important, and making sure that we get rid of air pollution. But we don't want to focus on that the whole night. We can talk about other things like hovercrafts. That's special. Oh, and we also want to end the New World Order. That's what makes us different than the other two parties. They are the New World Order. Right. Isn't that amazing? We have other plans to save the nation, like our mobile medical unit that we have in mind, which is a phenomenal idea that will actually provide filtered air inside the unit, speaking of filtered air, and will also provide mobile medical capabilities through the VA system. And the modern VA system could include telemedicine vehicles going out to you guys, giving you preventative health care as well as triage and immediate health care in case you have a really high fever. We can give you some antibiotics. How many people have needed antibiotics and never could get them? It's a very big problem in America. How maglev trains work. Wow, that's kind of neat. Hey Dave, how's it hanging? The good news is we're all alive. The bad news is we've been lied to. Yeah, with our plan, we want to give everybody a $400 a month. Let me bring that on the screen. Cool. So that's kind of a science thing. We could add that to our Technology Thursday show. Science. Dun, dun, dun. It's science. Okie dokie. Well, the mobile medical units will provide healthcare solutions, pinprick blood tests that are not that comfortable, but they're very effective, and we can get all the information we need from your little bit of blood to give you a basic scan of your electrolytes, your blood chemistry, and find out if you're predisposed to getting diabetes or healthcare disorders, which would not be very good. So that's another thing that we're good for, which is going to be mobilized immediately through the mobile medical unit at the VA facility. The unit will pay for itself when I legalize marijuana, because we want to do that. The first thing I do is legalize marijuana as president. Well, how am I going to fund the $400? Well, we're going to pull it off welfare and food stamps. And we will be reducing welfare and food stamps to zero and replacing the whole system with the $400 a month deal for everybody. The plan is to, at the most, we're going to see $787 billion taken out of our budget if everybody collected, and we don't think everybody will collect. So we also are going to save a tremendous amount, probably $65 billion on food stamps, and that'll go toward the $787 billion. And I anticipate $40 to $80 billion in savings on welfare, based on the numbers that I've been looking at. So we're going to pull the money out, a lot of it out of the F-35 program, which I'm going to downsize and turn into a drone program, a drone bomber, where we will minimize the cost of the F-35s, streamline them, and focus on just building bombers and having them remote controlled so that we could actually take them to high levels, altitudes as high as 70,000 feet without worrying about their positioning. This puts us at a tremendous advantage over our enemies and gives us a strategic advantage worldwide that I think other countries will begin to take notice. I'm surprised they haven't done it, but nobody can think this clearly. When a plane is unraveled from its human needs and becomes robot-based, it actually can travel at a lot faster speeds and higher altitudes. So it's kind of ironic they haven't figured that one out. Sorry, Lockheed, but you need to get back to the drawing table there. Gold, 1335. Platinum, 1089. Silver, 2020. 2020. I feel like Barbara Walters. Silver today was 2020. Do you even know who Barbara Walters is? Does anybody? Some of you do. Some of you still care. So silver dropped from 2035 yesterday to 2020. Well, the MIC wants boondoggles, like the F-35. Well, the F-22, we would never turn into a robot-driven vehicle. But the F-35 has already failed 2 critical air-to-air combat tests against the F-16 and no longer has any viability in terms of its contract worth. But thanks for sharing. Silver, Barbara Walters, 2020. Silver today. Barbara Walters got fired? No, she just quit. Old birds just fade away. She still does special cameos. Yeah. Barbara Walters is solid. She's one of the tough uber bitches of American television. Just like Hillary. I bet if Barbara Walters ran right now for president, she'd better have a better chance of winning against Hillary. I think she should consider her running as a third-party candidate. You know, think about it. I didn't miss the point. No. Dave, the MIC wants boondoggles like F-35. They want money. Yes, they want money. We can't give them a lot of money. I told you I needed to get money for the $400 per U.S. citizen, adult citizen. I got to pull it out of the F-35. That's the biggest chunk I got to pull out. I'm sorry, guys. Lockheed, it's okay. Don't worry about it. You're still going to get a contract with us. Jeez. Are you a representative of Lockheed? Are you in here trying to bargain for them, guess 6,000? Well, we're going to give them whatever they need, as long as they keep the price down. Look, we got to make some changes. We got to cut the cost of government. Like Ronald Reagan said, the problem with government is government. And I don't think that's something we should ignore. Go to the militaryindustrialcomplex.com. Check it out. Total spending, all time. Unbelievable. Since 2006. Wow. Nearly $3 trillion. The 2016 defense spending right now. No, I don't believe that. No. $121 billion? I find that hard to believe. No, I'm sorry. That's got to be a bogus statistic. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the contract alone for 2016 was $692 billion. How could we be at $121 billion right now? We're halfway through the year, dude. Well, thank you very much. I would ask my lovely wife, Nancy, but she passed away. Just a couple months ago. No, I'm not downloading the Pokemon app. I heard the CIA was involved. In-Q-Tel, they're trying to harvest data. And another little spin, truth is the Red Cross is gathering samples for other than blood. They're looking for DNA. That came in the show last week. Facebook sued for alleged aiding Hamas attacks on Israel? That's interesting. Wow. That's an odd little story. And SourceWatch. Wow. Look at this. Another one bites the dust. Yeah. Let's talk about Benghazi, shall we? Or should we pretend like we're Bernie and go, Hillary, I don't want to talk about the emails either. Hillary. What the hell is wrong with Bernie? Why did he give up so much? Will I try female voices? I just did Barbara Walters. 2020. Welcome to Baba Walters. Yeah, anyway. So let's go here and talk about CMD urges U.S. Supreme Court to... Oh, this is... Oh, yeah, this is too much to handle right now. The SourceWatch discussion on Peabody Coal, a bankruptcy revealing climate denial network funding. This is fascinating. Well, you can deny that there's climate change like Donald Trump. You can deny that. Yeah, you can just run your mouth off and say, what Donald said, he went to California, he said there was no drought. You can deny it all you want. It doesn't change the fact that the climate is changing, and they are changing it purposely. They're purposely creating a drought in California with chemtrails. Chemtrails in the air, do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do in the air, do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, he's a total joke, Walton. If I talked like Bernie, I'd be talking to a lot of the people in the Catskills, and many of them would be saying that it's Wall Street and the excesses of this great nation. But, you know, he's right about the Wall Street taking over our country. We've got big money invested heavily in politics, but he was in on it too. That's why he just caved to Hillary. He's basically sucking off the Hillary tit now. Actually, not really. I certainly hope he's not having an intimate moment with Hillary. That would be disgusting. Purge is good, Dave. Yes, purge is good. Thank you. Yes, we found out today from veterans. The veterans website talked about the radiation levels have got to 200 times what they should be. Let me bring out the bring on the radiation images. Okay, I get your message. Muting is bad, but you've been doing you've been getting muted for a lot of reasons. Hey, this is a cool picture. This is a cannabis takeover of a tumor cell. Isn't this amazing? The cannabis wraps it around. This is an artistic representation of what cannabis is seen to do under an electron microscope. And this technology is getting older and older and older, which is great. Cannabis is one of the amazing healing powers of cannabis, is it can surround the dangerous cancer cell and neutralize it and shrink it. So our mobile medical units will have filtered air and a really nice, comfortable place to sit out front under a tarp. Yes, it won't rain on you. I'm not gay, boobles. You're just bi-curious, suffering from extreme homosexual panic. If Bill Nye was gay, that's between him and Monsanto. He supports GMOs. God knows what else he supports. Jesus. I believe it. You know, Bernie Sanders bent over and said to Hillary, "Hillary, I endorse you. Do me, do me, do. Do me, do me, do." Maybe he's shooting for a VP position. You think that was such a bad move? I don't know. It's kind of scummy. It's not so good. He doesn't have any balls, and she thinks she has balls, which is kind of scary. Yeah. See, Hillary Clinton seems to be suffering from penis envy, and Donald Trump seems to be suffering from, let's just get Hillary in there, and Donald Trump seems to be suffering from vagina envy. So you've got the two of them. Do me, do me, do. Do me, do me, do me, do me, do. Do me, do me. God, it's getting quiet here. Some of you are gay and don't know it, and you come in here and you think that's cool. I don't really have a thing against gay people. I just am so tired of the sexual harassment here. I can just, I could turn chat off completely, I suppose. So medical marijuana will be part of our plan at the mobile medical unit. We'll have a place to sell it right back here. And I always like to draw a picture for all of you, so you will know that this will come with extended areas for seating. We would not deny you seating rights. Imagine an extension of, I would say, a good 20 feet out with a little roof over it, like that. so the rain would catch any kind of a... And on the side of the truck, we'd have a large, like a 60-inch LED TV giving you guys important things to talk about. Like how to save yourself from diabetes. Nutritional tips like, don't eat a gallon of ice cream in one sitting or you'll get diabetes. David, how would you preempt state laws against marijuana? Well, by legalizing marijuana, removing it from the list of controlled substances. We will immediately supersede all state taxes, nullifying them immediately, and making an arrangement with the states to offer money back per capita based on our income on a national level. Now, the state tax that in Washington is like 70%. It's killing the business. Our tax at the federal level will be 15%. The cigarette companies are going to love it. They're going to want to get in on this. You'll see 10 packs of marijuana blunts out there at liquor stores, $25. You may not think that's a good deal, but when you see these blunts that you're seeing now in Washington and various other places, doobies, basic marijuana cigarettes, these doobies are actually selling for over $7 a piece. So a 10-pack would be like a $70 value if it's coming out of RG Reynolds. But $5 is the 15% tax of whatever the total is. Say $3.25 out of the $25 would go to the federal government, and they dole money back to the states per capita. Doobie doobie doo, doo 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 doo, doobie doobie doo, doo 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 doo, da 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 da. Yeah, you're right, Boobles. Harvard did not let me in because I'm too flamboyant. I have been a very outspoken person ever since I've realized I was iconoclast, that I challenge cherished beliefs as a rule. But I urge you that I only turn guest chat off during the time that Sarah's in here. And she rarely ever has guest chat on. Like she did it tonight. It worked out okay for her. No, neither Richard Simmons nor Liberace. I'm not gay, so I don't qualify as a Richard Simmons or Liberace character. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's a good price, $7 for a medical joint. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I'm about as flamboyant as Clint Eastwood, crossed with John Wayne. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. Well, Pilgrim, go ahead and make my day. Let's go around the other side and check out the North 40 there. Go ahead and make my day. That's a tough one. Mixing those two personalities would be tough. Okay, now you know why I'm so famous. I know. Not many people have enough guts to be themselves in front of a camera. It's amazing. It really is. I've watched a lot of people, and nobody has this ability. Beekman, the fact that your air is polluted should have been new. The fact that you're living in a world where you're going to get screwed if you get sick and you'll lose your entire house, that's the truth. That should be new to you. Mobile medical units would be a good new idea, but you can't even get behind it, man. You don't even understand it. That's the difference between me and you. I'm behind it, I'm backing it, and I'm promoting it. I'm in there swinging, buddy. Hey, stop that or I'll have you X'd out of this room. You too. Yeah. Death rates for HIV by race among men. White versus black. Well, I might as well go ahead. It's a U.S. News and World Report thing, so let's go ahead and take a look. Your chances of getting AIDS if you're involved with a black man is significantly higher if you're a woman or a man. And you look at this statistic and it's serious. But the good news is, notice how black men are on the decline? Yeah, see, they're starting to clean up their act. God, I wish I didn't have to talk about this. You know, at the time when AIDS first came out, I actually was in favor of a quarantine. Not just body rubbers for everybody. Thank you. Hey, a lot of you guys seem to have sex on your mind. Is this because you have nothing going on in your life? I mean, what's going on with that? Show some respect here. I'll tell you, I get no respect. Sarah's going to be in here in a second. She's going to actually give you her tidbits. You're suffering from Tourette's? Not me. Some people are suffering from Tourette's. They need medical help, Sarah. We have the mobile medical unit here for them. And I built a little canopy with my little blue marker.
Okay. What does David do when I'm here? He takes a break and sometimes eats. That might be good. Or feeds the fish, or
I do whatever I need to do.
does whatever he needs to do.
Doobie doobie doo. I'm going to get a new background for our show. Oh, yeah, okay. Will do. I'm going to get a new background for the show, and okay. Sarah can give you guys the full treatment here. Let me see if I get a nice background.
Good evening. All right, nice.
Ralphing? What is Ralphing? Truth Tuesday. That's pretty. I like this one. It's the living background with the glistening GIF behind it. That is beautiful. That gives you a kind of a real sense of purity. And now we can talk about fresh water. That would be a good little centerpiece for our discussion tonight. Okay. I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Filters the air and good. I know, isn't that nice? 426. It's pretty cool to have someone like that in their room. Did Dave abandon him yet? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, good. Hey, Beekman. A picture. Thank you. Wow, a mother was beaten and degraded by police in front of her 9-year-old kid. I know, I don't know why that is, 426. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's cute. Cute scissor fight. What was my favorite aroma? I like coconuts a lot. I like onions when they're cooking. I hate the smell of bologna or any nitrates or nitrites. Really hate that. I know. Now I just assume that he's going to say the next event is a false flag. I don't know, George. I don't follow everything like I should be doing as the campaign manager. But that's okay. Ooh, yeah, that's so gross, isn't that? Exam. Thank you. Thanks so much. Well, all right. Cinco. Nice. It's okay. Everything's fine. Oh, try. Huh? I don't know. Bulls? No, I don't know. Well, you could try it, and that might not freeze on you. You tried a YouTube live show once and you can never get those 5 minutes of your life back. That's okay. I'll work on my next lifetime. Let me get it. Link. I never can, but that's okay. I don't mind it. I enjoy talking to you, George. It makes it all worth it. Every little bit. Oh, I'm sure you do, 720. What do I get out of this besides talking to you? Well, then I get to talk to all the other people here, too. So much fun. It's all good. Very good. All right. Well, 517, you can let him know that. I never admitted that. No. I never said that. I do care. That's why I'm here all the time. Every night. That's why I work on paperwork and help him whenever I can. Oh, that's kind of cool. Thank you, Beekman. Yeah, sure. George, you're just gonna try to trap me into anything I say, so. Yes, he's sharing his beliefs. Right, exactly. Doesn't mean I don't care. I care about you. And then what? What would happen? Buttons? Zippers? All those things? Yeah, I think, George, you need to... I'm going to give you the gift of your life back by banning you from my show. So you can actually go do something more productive. Thank you. I never smoke pot. I never will smoke pot. Even if it's legalized, I would never do that. I don't think it's something good for my body. I wouldn't encourage anyone to do that either. I even though I believe pot should be legalized, I would never do it because I just don't think it's good for me. Conspiracy theory was first coined in the 1960s in a booklet distributed to all the government agencies. Yes, good for you. All right. Interesting. I don't know if that's really what happened, Blood Moon Chatter, but you might be right. Nope, I don't do that. I would never do that. I have too many other things to do. Plant. Hi, 517. How are you? I don't want to keep all these things. Source Watch. Peabody Coal bankruptcy reveals climate denial network funding. Interesting. Take chemtrails, for example. Hello, Jackson. Nope, I would never eat anything either. I don't see the point of eating something. Yeah, supposedly chemtrails aren't a conspiracy anymore because people really do spray things in the atmosphere. Oh, well, 426, I don't plan on intentionally doing it. Just because I want a lethal electric fence doesn't mean I want to purposely electrocute anyone. It would be on those people to if they wanted to walk into the fence. And besides, the fence would have other fencing outside of it so that people wouldn't just walk into the fence. I don't want to take chemtrails. Thank you. Yes, I did have trouble saying things about chemtrails being real. That's true. This could save my life. Insider inventions. You learned that Prince was cloned. Okay, I never talked about that, but good for you. Well, they did. I mean, I'm sure that they put lithium in the air in order to check the winds. That's true. A giant ball could save your life in a natural disaster. That's pretty cool. I'll play it for everyone. Or I'll let David play it for everyone. I kind of would like that giant ball. It's called the Survival Capsule. Very cool. Julian Sharp was motivated by the recent tsunamis in Indonesia and Japan. That is awesome. Capsule's airtight. It floats. That's very important. Aluminum shell is impenetrable. Nice. It can hold up to 16 people depending on the model. That is so cool. $13,500. Yikes. That's very cool. I don't have $13,500 to buy it, but I would totally buy that survival sphere. That's very good. Well, I'm so glad that you have been coming here for so long. I don't know how many different usernames you've come in as, but how fun is that? Well, I believe a lot of things. I believe people can pursue their dreams. I like chat rooms. I like people, all these chats that say, I'm pretty. That's one of the things that keeps me coming back. So, there you go. It's all a giant troll. Jackson, what do you mean I read your chat? I was just looking at a video for a moment. Well, I wouldn't think that you would be you'd be able to get off the ground if your plane was just warming up. Yeah, I think it's okay, 720. You think I should buy black frame glasses? I don't know. I like my glasses. Thank you very much, Truffle Butter. I didn't know I was that clever, but see, those are the comments that keep me coming back to the show. It's just one of those things. I like being told I was clever, but it's pretty cool. And I like being called a sexy nerd. That's true. All right, I do try to help people learn. It's true. I know, he totally doubles down. Whatever. David never breaks his character. David is what you see. What you see is what you get. No, I probably wouldn't. For some reason, I just don't. I don't like being. I guess there's a fine line, and when you guys cross into the crudeness, I tend to tune out. And I know guys don't always know what that line is. It doesn't totally make me super angry like I want to hurt you because you did not spell does correctly. But it does irk me. It does get under my skin a little bit. So, all right. Yes, I think you're right, Truffle Butter. All the politicians, I'm sure, watch sometimes. The introduction of different air temperatures defies the law of nature we've always been taught. You'll have to elaborate, Blood Moon, on that. You think my argument has no scientific backing? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, if airstreams varied, as I suggest, you think we would have chaotic weather everywhere? Are you talking to... Oh, Duct Tape and Blood Moon are having a conversation. I finally got it. Thank you, guys. Sorry it took me a little while to catch on to that. You know, sometimes it's just the whole I want to say ethnocentricity, but it's not ethno, it's just my centricity. Yay, okay. All right. I'm not doing anything with Duct Tape. The username Duct Tape is talking to somebody about chaotic weather and air streams. That's it. I could go back and read the whole conversation. I'm sure it's rather enlightening, but I'm not going to do that. You don't like David's cooking show, 608? But he looks forward to those every week. It's just so much fun for him, David's cooking shows. Oh, that was so strange. For a while, is Mad Dog in the room? For a while, I was looking at Mad Dog's picture on Facebook, and I was like, what is that a picture of? I couldn't quite place it, and then I realized it was a picture of a dog. Okay, I should go off Facebook. That's a good idea. I rarely even... I used to go on there all the time, but I rarely do now. I guess I just have other things to do. Why? What? Well, I'll ask you this. What do you think... How do you think that they could be more exciting, David's cooking shows? What do you mean what's really going on with YouTube? I'm hosting a live YouTube channel over there, but only one person chatted so far, Teddy. Maybe I have to refresh the page. He's a pretty good cook. Today, I thought he should have actually videotaped what he was doing today. Oh, that makes sense, Duct Tape. Okay. No, I'm not stalking anyone. Oh, David should have famous Von Live casters come to the studio to cook live. That might be kind of fun. And you don't like the kitchen lighting? And he overcooks the pasta every time? Okay, Eduardo's here. All right, awesome, Eduardo. Good. Thanks for speaking up. Good point. Okay. Oh, that's pretty funny. Well, he does a lot of different work, 608. lots of different things. I suppose you might be right, 720. I'm working on getting rid of those slowly. He never says, when I was in France, I picked up this little recipe. No, because he wasn't in France. But he watched a lot of cooking shows. And I'm looking forward to eating what he made tonight. It looks pretty good. He cooks outside with all those chemtrails. Oh, Monkey Times, you guys are hilarious. I don't like cut up hot dogs, that's true. How do you know I haven't done that already, 720? Yeah. Tonight he made, thanks for asking, tonight he made couscous with Brussels sprouts. And then he also made a vegetable medley, like onions and cabbage and carrots. And then some chicken breast. And he put some cheddar cheese on the chicken breast. And he couscous. It's like a starch. And then he also he put eggs with the vegetable medley. I think it was medium cheddar. The protein was chicken breast. Oh, yes. Okay. And probably, well, but we let our cheddar get sharper because if you just store your cheddar, it'll get sharper over time. Not really polenta. Couscous is not the same as polenta. Who thinks of these things? The people that are scared of the aluminum oxide? Not always blue cheese, but yeah, I like blue cheese. Oh, you hate the night shift you're on? I'm sorry, Allura. Are you going to be on it for a while? Wow. That's tough. Sorry. Well, just think that people need you, whatever you're doing at night. Oh, someone quit, so they put you on the night shift? Wow. Well, I guess you have to pay even more money, exam, to get even better stuff. I don't know. I have no idea how that works. But well, Allura, I'm sure you're doing a good job. The high altitude lithium trail is what started the chemtrail conspiracy. They use lithium trails at extremely high altitudes to monitor jet stream activity and see air patterns. And also, I thought, okay, lithium would glow with the right equipment and evaporate after about an hour. I also thought duct tape, they did it to find out more about the Van Allen belts that people are always, well, not people, David and a few other people are saying is the reason that we never went to the moon, the non-moon people conspiracy. Well, I don't think Allura is at work right now. Are you at work right now, or are you getting ready to go to work? Thank you for your compliment, Salty Dog. It won't get you anywhere, but I really love compliments, so thank you. Oh, you came back from work. Hey, that's not too late. This is the most revealing thing I wear on the show, 718. Well, why don't you try it before you buy it? Exam. Say, all right, I need 20. Let's smoke it. No. Before I take it home and you're like, I'm not giving you 20 for this. I might give you 10. Oh. Well, then you just have to move to a state where it's legal, like Washington or Colorado. Well, good for you, 426. Did you smell it first or anything like that? I'm not Kate Middleton, but I aspire to be like her. I like Kate. You came here for a party and you didn't even get ice cream? I thought you were supposed to bring the ice cream. I was just going to bring the this discussion. And someone's saying it's too much. It's only $5 a fourth there. Wow. Yeah, Sunstar, you love Kate too. Exactly. I think a lot of women aspire to be her. Yes, exactly. There you go. You're right, Monkey Times. I didn't want to be that gross though, but yes, I know. David loves that site, Blood Moon. Yes. Well, actually, I would say she's a 1/10 of a percenter. I don't think Kate is a 1%er anymore. I think she's elevated to a 10th percenter. 35 for a fourth? Wow. Well, she seems, I guess, I don't know if she's high maintenance or not. You're like Groucho tonight. I know that there's a book out about Groucho. I forgot the name of it. Yes, you could kick the need for that if you stopped coming here. That would be good. I agree. I think Kate is very beautiful. Kate Middleton. You're going to Europe Monday. Oh, as Groucho Marx. I suppose so. Truffle butter. Any woman could be beautiful with $1 billion at her disposal because she could always get plastic surgery if she weren't beautiful. You would have thought I was a flower child. I am a flower child. I just don't smoke marijuana. Greetings, Sammy's Dots. Oh. I didn't know her sister was freaky, huh? Yeah, I don't think plastic. You're right. You're right, Monkey Times. Plastic surgery is not very beautiful. And I don't agree. I don't want to eat marijuana. Okay. I don't take drugs. I don't drink coffee. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke marijuana. I don't take drugs. I eat chocolate every once in a while and I'm high on life. There we go. I was born happy to be alive. I'm not a Mennonite, no. I don't speak German. That's true. Thank you for reminding everybody. exam. Didn't you see me wear it last night, Sammy's dad? I don't want to put my hair up like that again. Not tonight. Fortunately, my mom didn't believe in that monkey times. You think the women in a man's life control his fate? Yeah, I don't think you're going to actually do that 467, and I don't need to get high. Why don't you get high and then you could like marvel at how awesome I am? That would be good. Okay. Yeah.
Hey.
People like I don't. You're saying people like you don't live long, Sarah. What do you mean, people like me?
That's not a very nice thing to say to Sarah. What do you mean? Yeah. Hey,
no,
Salty.
449. He doesn't need to use that.
Without Sarah, Dave might not have survived.
We're just talking about life. We weren't saying anything, but somebody said something about man does not control his own fate. The women in his life do that for him.
You know, that's a very interesting perspective, yeah, but you kind of expect that, don't you? I mean, when you meet a woman, you expect to share your life with her, and that changes your life instantly. You know, we all make decisions in life, and wouldn't it be better to be with a woman than not with a woman?
Yeah, but I'm sorry I haven't created your fate.
No, I'm creating my fate. I've already found my direction. I've been on the right path since we started this show. 8 years and counting. It's great. I really enjoy doing this show, and it makes me feel good, and I'm glad that I'm finally reaching out to the people on a nightly basis around the world now with all the viewers we've got. So
I understand what you're
it makes
saying,
me feel
Super
good
Dave.
what I do.
But
Yeah.
fortunately, I'm not really around smokers. Because I was telling him I don't drink coffee, I don't smoke cigarettes, I don't smoke marijuana.
Guys, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I'm fairly well off. I mean, I wouldn't be running for president if I wasn't. So I'm fine.
David's fantastic.
Organized crime, New York PD speaks. Yeah. No, I'm doing well.
Or maybe he would have already been where he should be, pursuing he would have achieved all his dreams, 449.
No, I actually fast
Try
tracked it.
something.
I
You might
really
not
did.
see nothing.
I didn't
You're
think it would
supposed to be
be
visible.
this
You might
great,
not see
this
anything, but
fast
you go
in my
hunting
life.
like that.
Yep, on the way.
Okay, we've got a few things we're going to watch tonight. Eerie Pictures show Untouched Fukushima Exclusion Zone. Yeah, we looked at that. And then a guy from
Bounty hunting for an arrest. Locking up
some.
some old guy.
And then organized crime.
Some homeless guy finding somebody who
Okay. How long is that video? 3
riding a
minutes.
bicycle.
Okay. Organized crime, New York PD speaks. Wow, that should be good. April 2nd, 2016. No, Sarah is not part of my achievement goals. Sarah and I are both good for each other. No, I'm feeling great. I'm just telling you that the fact that you have a person who you can share your life with is a great plus. Don't look at it as a negative.
I wonder what that is.
ACLU Privacy Act.
Thank you, Truffle Butter.
FBI, IRS.
Yes, David turned on a fan. That's what you're hearing.
Yeah. No, I don't hear voices. That's absurd.
You hear.
I have a fan in the other room.
Which is a fan.
Yeah. You know, I don't think calling Sarah names is going to get you
That's
anywhere.
okay. You don't have to.
Oh, I purge things like
them
that.
for my
yeah.
sake.
No, I do it. I don't care. You know, I've seen women who just sit there and take it in shows, and you're doing an amazing job. But honestly, I feel that writing these people is a lot better for me.
I'm only with David because he's incredibly good looking.
Oh,
He's
thanks.
super intelligent.
That's nice.
He pursues his dreams.
Yeah.
He loves his family.
It's true.
He makes me meals, and he takes care of me when I was sick. Even when we
Yeah.
were dating, I was really sick this one time when we were dating.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he made me tea, and he went and bought me soup, and it was really good soup. I think he bought me 2 kinds of soup. And so, yeah.
Somebody said, how do I go about starting a business? Spend less money.
Well,
That's the best way to start your business. Always think about cutting costs, because most businesses start up and fail. 90% of the businesses start up fail next year
how about,
because they overinvest.
Yes, I agree. Spend less money. When I say we're dating, I meant in like the first year of our relationship. How about that?
Yeah. I think that the fact that I made her 2 soups and took care of her during that time really had an effect on her, I'm sure. But it's like when you connect with a person, your life gets better than it was. And that's a sure sign that something's magical going on. Both of you feel that way. Seriously, I got news for you, 517. That's defamation of character, and I will prosecute that to the fullest extent of the law. Yeah. You're talking about your IP address being all over the internet. Yeah, it's exposed when you're in here, man. Whatever. I don't look at your IP address, but there are people that do watch this and track this. You can't just, attack people like that. It's called defamation of character. Yeah. When you're with the one, it's awesome. Yeah, it's too bad it's when it's sad. I do said she won't soon after. Too bad when I said I do. She said she won't soon after. Oh, I see. So rectal exam said, yeah, when you're with the one, it's awesome. Too bad when I said I do. She said she won't soon after.
That's sad.
Wow. I feel like I just read some slam poetry by some beatnik. Yeah, I know it means nothing except for the cameras that are connected to the IP or to the VPN that you're using that you think is independent of the government and is run by In-Q-Tel, the people that bring you Pokemon O.
That's for you, Mr. Exam.
Yeah,
It'll be okay.
So you think you're all
someday
secure
you'll
and
find the girl.
So funny. Well, a lot of these people should get married to their hand, I think.
Very beautiful.
Just have a little, like a da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, walk right up to the altar and da-da-da-da-da, and then turn it around and have a little dress, a tutu or something. And just say, and tell your mom you're getting married to your hand. God, I wish I was in front of a stage. I'd probably get laughs.
You would get laughs. All these people are laughing.
I don't have any early signs of dementia. You guys are crazy.
732 is like, he can barely type LOL because he's laughing so hard.
David, rumors are you're an actor working for the CIA as a honeypot. You think I'd have such a honeypot? You think I'd? I don't know. You don't want to know. You think I would have so much natural beauty in my life, like Sarah, if I was working for the CIA? Hold on, please, Roger. We're on target. Yeah,
I do like CIA workers.
Thank you.
And FBI workers.
Would that be funny if I was? Because I'm not. But I mean,
I like all the federal workers.
Women who are attracted to CIA agents. Hi. How are you? I'm really having a problem connecting on this YouTube here. Okay.
Well, probably because that one seems to be playing in the background or something. I don't know.
we have telemetry, right? Access 5. We're going to get a cup of coffee is on delivery.
You don't have to have
10-4.
a federal job. I also actually, the people I like better than the federal workers are the technologists.
I don't like any of them right now because I don't know any of them. I'd have to get to know them to like them. I wish I could like them, but I'd have to get to know them to like them. No. Obviously, Vaughn is intimidated by the competition CB represents. What's CB stand for? CB.
I know what it
breaker, one-tiner.
I can mute it and I can tell you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it.
Actually,
obviously, he must spend a lot of time in there. Sam's dad, have you been spending a lot of time in CB? I don't see why the CIA be deployed in an island in Washington. You aren't even a nuclear silo. How do you know? How do you know we don't have a nuclear silo?
We're the closest base to Russia.
Yeah. What does this guy have any idea where the nuclear?
That's true.
This guy acts like he doesn't even know where the nuclear silos are, and he acts like he knows where.
In the continental United States.
Breaker is your CB. We gotta. I know what it is, Sam's dad. You spent a lot of time there, I can tell. David, as president, what would you do about police brutality? Well, I've already said, free throw to everybody in our room for years now, that I will instigate municipal cities will not get funding program if they keep brutal cops on the force. Then we will see some changes. What I'm looking for is nobody on the force, as long as there is more than one complaint of brutality. Now, I can see somebody getting one complaint, but if there's two, pull them off the force. Give them a grand jury investigation. Find out what's going on. And then when we decide they're guilty, fire them without severance. 10-4, good buddy. We got a convoy. Big mama running down the road. She loves her truckers and they love their load. It's a convoy. 40 fire-breathing 18-wheelers gathering together in an instant head-to-head competition. So yeah, I used to do a lot of, I guess you would call it sweetening work in television. So yeah, I can say that I did work in TV, but I've never worked for the CIA. I did some voiceover, things like that, but I'm not a paid actor. I have no acting training whatsoever. And I've never had any connection to the CIA or the FBI or any organization, any government affiliate. So you got me all wrong there, buddy. Sarah, I watch you and David every night when the show is over. What, do you watch our old videos? That's kind of cool. Well, at least we can be friends that way remotely.
Who said that?
I'm not an insurance salesman, no. Somebody's just communicating with us psychically through the Psychic Friends Network.
Okay.
Some of them are serious about this. Nah, I never was caught. I never did crack, man. And I was never caught doing crack. Why is it when I say that, it sounds guilty or something? No, man. I wasn't involved in any crack. Your president was involved with crack cocaine. He admitted it in the Audacity of the Hope book, which he wrote. Or maybe he didn't write it. Maybe his friend William Ayers, the professor of English, wrote it and penned his name to it. Nope, never been an informant. I'm not a part of any kind of secret society. God, you guys are filled with all kinds of paranoia.
Come on, everybody. You've been brainwashed by the COINTELPRO. A lot of you have been converted. Pretty soon you're going to be on the red list. You know, Sarah, the Bilderberg Group is really a problem. And a lot of people think that the Bilderbergs are run by the Venetian royalty.
I bet you watch me through hidden cameras in my house. Yeah, you're really sick. There are no hidden cameras in the house. I swept the house with RF signal device testing systems. They actually pick up any kind of electromagnetic signals. After that SWAT attack, it was nice to know that there was no, secret listening device or anything in my room. But you do know, however, that all of your phones are secret listening devices for the NSA. I'm not kidding. And that is the truth. Remember that guy who says, that's the truth. you had to live through it. It was a cartoon I watched when I was 7 years old.
Okay.
So I've got to tell you, man, y'all privacy is very important to American people, and I think everybody should be allowed to carry some sort of a lap cam or something. I can think of a lot of men who go in and do lap dances and want to bring their lap cams, remember their moment with their lap dancer. But when the police have said and ruled that you cannot access the camera footage from somebody's live camera of some officer videotaping his operations,
Lily Tomlin and Jezebel.
That's a problem. Oh, that was Lily Tomlin and Jezebel. Yeah, in Ain't That the Truth? That was from the 1960s. Remember Lily Tomlin, that lesbian woman that did one ringy-dingy, two ringy-dingies. Some of you are that old, aren't you? Wow, I'm glad I'm not 56, except that I am 56. I don't know. What happens when, time doesn't seem to move for you? What's going on with that?
I don't know. You're stuck. Maybe.
There is no racial tension, police, black. That's all been made up. That's a complete fictitious belief. Dave, we have met in person before. It's been a few years back. Really, what was your name? My program rarely leaves this location. No, we never traveled in the pair to do the good news there, Salted Dog. Sarah and I are no longer involved in any of those activities. What are you talking about? I'm not in purgatory, you're in purgatory. I'm in heaven. This is beautiful. I even have a beautiful picture of the earth I can look at above the camera here.
Time appears to speed up the older
No.
you get. I know why. 186. This is my whole theory on it. Because as you're going through time, it represents a smaller and smaller fraction of your entire life. So, for instance, when you're 4 years old, 1 year only represents 1/4 of your entire life. When you're 38 years old, 1 year represents 1/38 of your entire life. That's my theory.
Great theory. I love that. You know, and it gives you perspective because the younger you are, the world is so big and everything's so amazing. And as you get older, you realize that, you know, that if you put a limit on your age, for instance, if you were to say that you're only going to be lived to be a mere 60 years old, you probably will define your life that way. You know, I've already accepted that I'll live over 1,000 years old. So, having reached the realization of immortality helps a lot.
Well, we could bring back trivia and not do, but we could, if we brought back trivia, we could just not do prizes.
I don't like trivia on Friday nights. For me, I'd rather listen to music and hear Barack Obama stutter. That's more fun for me, you know. I like to listen to Hillary Clinton promise things she can't deliver on. You know, these are the things that make my Friday night.
Okay.
Trivia, do any of you really want to task your mind, or do you just want to sit there and go, hello from Hong Kong, good evening. How many of you are in this, like, categorical, zombie-like catatonic state?
Me.
Right now. No, aside from you and me. How many of you really want to do trivia on? Thank you. My hair looks ridiculous.
Press 1 if you want trivia.
What's wrong with my hair?
Nothing. They're just saying that. So you'll rub your hands through your hair and they can be like, he's rubbing his hands through his hair.
Ooh, that's such a turn on when he does that. I know, I can only imagine how these people are, you know. We likes the cowbell. I like the cowbell too, and I'm going to give you the cowbell right over here. I've been trying to get you the cowbell all night long.
Oh, goodness.
Panic in my face. David is not paid by the United States government. I am not affiliated with the United States government whatsoever. You are hereby muted. No, the false flags really are false flags. You just haven't even asked for any evidence. None of you have. You're like, oh, we believe everything you say in the media. Okay. Oh, yeah.
It is fun to watch life.
We have been so successful. Thank you, trolls, for coming in here and hating on me. It really helps my show. It's awesome.
Play.
Some people from Trollland have decided to come in here and make false statements about me. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm trying to use touchpad now.
Well, I could just go here and.
We have friends from Hong Kong. I'm trying to speak in their dialect. I will speak in a Szechuan dialect tonight during my show. You've been hired by the
Salty Dog.
I'm sure you are.
You do that for all the Americans that come to Brazil for the Olympics.
Do you really think constantly degrading people is winning votes? I haven't lost any votes so far, especially from idiots like you.
Don't worry, guest chat's off.
It's okay. I don't like to look at bad chat, Sarah.
Okay, then Hera, how about this?
No, please, no, clear.
Why not?
Because I read chat, I speed read chat, I just lost 10,000 words of speed read chat.
Yay!
That I can't even reference in my dialogue. 7 years ago. Oh, God. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have a interrupter. You have been banned. David, you know denying the lunar landing makes you seem crazy? Not at all. There is no proof that we landed on the moon. If you call the hokey camera work that was done, it's disgusting. Just do some research. A lot of you need to really look into it. Why haven't we been back in 47 years? Why has the administrative director of NASA said that we will never mine the moon? Because we never went there. I even have video of the NASA teams of the Constellation project talking about how someday we hope to get to the moon. I do. They are open about it in NASA. It's a big lie that they sign when they sign their confidentiality agreements. All of them working there have to sign them, man. You can't get a job at NASA without signing that confidentiality agreement. If you say one word about NASA being faked, oh, you're out. Oh, yeah. That's why the only solid picture we have of the Earth, now I'm not making this up, this is the truth, and I want to show this to all of you, including Sarah.
Okay.
The only solid picture we have of the Earth is not from the moon, Sarah. You'd think we'd have a good vantage point out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the only solid picture we have is this one right here. It's called the Blue Marble. Let me give you a background.
This was not actually a picture of the moon. This was created graphic, obviously.
Did I say the picture of the moon? I meant picture of the Earth.
I mean picture of the Earth. This was not one picture of the Earth. This was a compilation of many pictures of the Earth.
Yes, and this is why they are unable to actually have a solid picture from a moon location. You know, the camera work during the 1960s for photography was phenomenal. Yet they don't have any color photographs of the moon landing because they needed to do a lot of doctoring. Doctor the moon. Doctor my eyes have seen
the flare on the center is a dead giveaway that this was doctored.
Yeah, so we're looking at a doctored picture of the Earth. There is no solid picture of the Earth. So I know I'm asking a lot of you to go dig deep in your brain to come up with this one,
We do
but
have satellites and pictures of the Earth.
only from the side angles.
What about that satellite that we sent way far away?
I know, you'd think they'd be able to turn back and take a picture, wouldn't you? That makes you wonder, do we really have a Voyager picture of Uranus or Jupiter?
Don't we have a Voyager picture of the Earth?
No, that's the problem. We don't. I mean, I've been asking people, can you show me a credible picture of the Earth? Well, I'm really shaking the ground you're walking on. A lot of you people are good. Hi, David Nation. Please don't hit on anyone in the show. Thank you.
No pictures of the Earth? I just find that hard to believe.
Well, I know I'm shaking a lot of you guys going, well, I don't know, I've seen some pictures of the Earth out there. I've got some amazing pictures of the Earth that I would love to show all of you. Science is speculation. Yeah, let me just give you a few, really beautiful pictures of the side of the Earth, because that's all we've got. That's all we've got. All right? Well, you hit on DT Laura every night. That's the problem. We don't want you to do that anymore. Thank you. Be nice.
Earth to space, David. This is Truth Tuesday. Is this Truth Tuesday?
Yeah.
Over?
Over. This is Truth Tuesday. We have a lovely picture of the side of the Earth here from one of our satellites, which I think the satellite technology is awesome.
But how could the satellites get out of the Van Allen belts?
Yeah, well, maybe they could penetrate them using the sharp. Maybe the physical strain of the Van Allen belts is so difficult to get through that it only can be pierced with something extremely resilient.
Duct Tape has a picture for you.
Thank
you, Duct Tape. Yes, there's a picture of the Earth
Right.
from the moon. Thank you.
Problem is,
What's the problem?
There, in this particular picture of the moon, let me just pull it into the show. Hang on. There are no stars. That's the one obvious thing. That's a clear giveaway. This is faked.
Okay, you want to get that thing going?
What thing?
That thing. Over there.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah. Not that one. Yes, that one.
That one. Okay. Bye now. Wow. We had a bad chatter, everybody. All right, so we're still pulling up this video or picture of the moon. Yeah, that was he had a lot of
Plus,
problems.
the sun might have been hitting the moon at the time.
Oh.
Which might be why there wasn't stars, because you can't see stars during the day.
Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and gray. Start out on another day.
But it is true that it's like all black. Why wouldn't it be black?
Alrighty.
Why would it be black and not have stars?
There's also another technical error. If you can identify this, you win the brownie pies. Yeah.
What technical error?
Well,
You mean the duct tape at the top of the picture?
no, let me just put it in perspective here. This happy space.
You're saying at the bottom because it's not a full sphere?
Well, there's a problem here. The happy face that
goodness
that Barney's
gracious.
making. No, it should be the other way around. No,
good
hang on.
night,
No,
everybody.
listen to me.
What are you talking about?
Well, this moon is shaped like this, is it not? The moon, when it is positioned in this position, and if the sun is behind it, is shaped like this.
The sun isn't necessarily behind it.
Well,
The
why? How is it
sun-
reflecting
it's
on?
at the top? The sun is up here, and that's why you only see a portion of the Earth.
But why is it? I would see the shape of the moon being in this position unless the sun, the aperture was below it. I'm just trying to figure out exactly where the sun would be to make the Earth have a smiley face.
The sun is, if you take that, here, can I borrow that? Actually, I'll just use this.
Let me give you a whiteboard. Hang on. There you go.
All right.
No. We have another one, attacker. Hang on. Bandime.
Okay.
You
the
know about that.
sun, actually, that's wrong.
No atmosphere on the moon, so no blue sky.
The sun is basically.
No, there should be
up
stars
here.
in the back there. You shouldn't. That's just a fake picture.
The
I'm
sun is
sorry.
way up there. If you keep following this line up, then you'll hit the sun.
The sun is on the top, huh?
Yeah,
Then
because
why is
that's-
it making a circle? Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Why is it making a circle in the in that direction? If the sun is in the top, it's just going around the edge of the Earth. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Sun.
Looking straight
Earth.
down. Gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. So the sun's aperture is coming in from this angle, or from the top itself,
Yeah.
and that's why these craters right here have absolutely no shadow in them whatsoever. See, if the sun was over there, there would be a shadow in that crater right there.
But the sun is actually this way from the Earth. It's like that way. And so that's why there's no
okay.
shadow, and that's why actually further away is actually brighter
All right.
than over.
It would have to be
closer
pretty
you.
high aperture for it to make a circle around the Earth.
And you're not going to
because
see
the real Earth is down here. Well, you know, I'm
Yeah,
gonna give
because
you the
that's
benefit of the doubt
that's
there. and-
nighttime where it is.
Yeah. The missing stars and the fact that it's got all this anti-aliasing along the perimeter of the moon makes me wonder if this wasn't doctored. And that's one of my concerns about all of
I
the...
was telling David the sun was like that way from the picture.
Okay.
You know, anyway.
Well, hardly.
Goodness. All right.
Thank you, Sarah, for coming in. It's now in the extended time show, and we
And
have
I'm
another
going to
half
say
hour of
goodnight.
chat. Yeah. You're awesome. Thank you.
Oh.
Great. Awesome. Let's continue on. You're welcome to dinner, or I will eat it with you later.
And that's why they say there's not necessarily a dark side of the moon,
Right.
but there's a far side of the moon because the moon, from what I understand, the moon rotates. Its axis is always facing.
Yeah,
the
it's
Earth.
always got a non-visual
But-
side where the secret
Yes,
spacecraft
but that doesn't
hide.
always
Yeah.
have light on that side or darkness on that side.
And we never went to that side, did we? Or did we?
Yes, there was
An exploration team?
Well, they never actually landed, but there was a guy that stayed on the shuttle and actually went around the moon while Neil Armstrong was landing.
Oh, really? Neil Armstrong, and he never spoke again on camera about his entire event. I wonder why.
Well, this guy, there was a book about him.
Oh, why Neil Armstrong remained a recluse after he talked about his visit on the moon with the Saturn program, even though he was on the Apollo at the time. A guy who can't even figure out what the name of his spacecraft was. We're gonna rely on that.
Aliens from Saturn on the moon.
I've read many a science book, and I can tell you that the more you look at the moon landing, the more improbable it becomes. In 1972, the moon was measured to be 218,000 miles away by NASA. That was 1972. This is supposedly their third or fourth flight to the moon. Well, it turns out it's not 218,000 miles away. It's 238,000 miles away. So in some way they blew it. They didn't know the distance to the moon in 1972. Wow. Okay, yeah. Well, read it. The NASA protocols for 1972's space flight, I believe it was Apollo 12. Apollo 13, possibly. Okay. Let's just talk about the facts of life as we go. Since you don't care about cleaning the earth of the air that you're breathing, and you're going along with the idea that it's better to put more air pollution in the air in order to cool the planet, which is absurd, then you've already gone down the road that the elitists have paved for you, which is defined by the Hegelian dialectic, which is a way in which the elitists create a problem, ergo air pollution, global climate change, that only they can solve. Ergo, more air pollution and global climate change, which is very seriously messed up. Nice try, but you couldn't win in this event because I'm really good at this. When we started our chat show on Blog TV 7 or 8 years ago, this is the kind of environment we were in. It's kind of ironic we're seeing it again. When they realize it's getting scary out there, it's roughly 238,000 miles away, yeah. But the fact of the matter is, NASA was saying it was 218,000 in 1972, which is very strange. Okay, and why haven't we gone back in 47 years? And none of you pro-moon supporters believe that we just... Oh, I know, we went back because... We didn't go back because there's nothing there. Even though we know for a fact that there's high levels of silicon, as well as platinum, as well as H3. But we haven't done any mining, so count on a non-manned mining operation of the moon under my leadership. Thank you very much. Dun, 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 dun. Space, the final frontier. Yeah. Yeah, well, wrong distance given does imply NASA's not really quite accurate about their distance. I mean, how could they be? You are wrong to be in here. You cannot succeed against me. I am too fast. My mind is working at almost unlimited capacity. Some of you, have you watched the show Limitless on Netflix? It's great. It's called Limitless. It's about a guy who pops a pill expanding all brain cells in his head. It's fascinating. I love it. So let's talk about other things that pop into your mind regarding where we're at in terms of the truth, because clearly they want to dump chemicals in the air and not create fresh water. I want to filter the air and create fresh water, so I'm kind of on a different page than the mainstream. I guess you'd say I'm an iconoclast. That's what I define myself as. Please don't in any way denigrate me, Beekman. You know that that's a bannable offense here. I thought I've trained you better than that. Jeez. My knowledge of science is impeccable. I studied science at a high level in high school and early in college. When I was in high school, I read a book on microbiology simply because it was fun, not because I had a test on it. My knowledge of science and the scientific method is applied every night in our show when I analyze the limited evidence in these false flag events. You see, without any evidence, folks, we are being lied to. And the predictability of all these events, where the lone assassin or lone gunman always kills himself or dies in the end, is clear indication of a false flag in almost every instance. There you have it. At this time, it's 252,000 miles away. Thank you. I've forgotten more than you'll ever learn. Let's just put it that way, okay? I'm trying to erase parts of my memory, bad moments in the public school system where I was victimized by bullies, people that made fun of my intelligence and called me the teacher's pet. That was very brutal. Yeah. Oh, there he is again. The teacher's pet. We don't like him. Yeah, so I'm trying to soothe myself, self-soothe over the trauma of being a public school victim. what happens when Anders Breivik goes on a shooting rampage and kills 77 young children of various backgrounds? And it is indeed one of the worst recent modern events. What they found out was they could actually buy the allegiance of the assassin, and he didn't talk at all in the events during the court case. He presented a 1,200-page document, which was a redacted document. We don't even know if it really was his work, claiming he was a member of the New Knights Templar. Well, there's a very good chance that Anders Breivik, who was given a I guess they built an entire prison for him, and he was given only 25 years for killing over 77 people. Hey, stealth mode. Your parents moved you to a private school because of the public school system. Yeah, there you go. See, stealth mode knows exactly what I'm talking about. I was never bullied in. No, I was never a bully. I was always bullied. I made it very, very obvious to people that I was standing up for nonviolence, and when people would hit me, I would take the punches. I don't know if you've ever taken a punch before. It's like, You haven't taken a punch? Well, it is difficult to do. If you're dedicated to nonviolence, as I am, I did that. And it takes a stronger man, really, to not fight back. I learned this because my father taught me this lesson. He was a war hero from World War II. And he didn't want his son to turn into another war hero from World War II, I guess. I don't know. He defined my life as being dedicated to nonviolence. And I believe he made the right decision, because I had that same quality in me when I was a kid. I hit my cousin in the face. I slugged my cousin. It was the only time I've ever hit anybody. And I just cold-cocked him. And he was really upset. My dad just took me aside at 7 years old and he said, "David, you cannot do that. You cannot hit kids your same age. It takes a stronger man to not fight back, David," he told me. Yeah. So I took it to heart, and I went through a lot of trials and tribulations because of it. But throughout my life, I've never hurt anybody, and I've never, gotten into a situation where I couldn't work my way out of it. But now, with all these death threats, I'm pulling on my reality check here and knowing full well that I have to defend myself and Sarah. And if someone were to breach my surroundings, I would invoke the castle law, which gives me the right to defend my house as a castle and use deadly force if necessary if we feel trapped. So I'm prepared to do that, but I don't want to hurt anybody that, steps in my face. But if I have to blow them away, I have to blow them away. I mean, I'm going to have to eventually realize that running for office is going to be dangerous. So something like that could happen. No, Beekman, Connie isn't around here. I don't know if you know, she's a world traveler. Yeah, I have a castle. Would you like to see my castle? My family has a castle in Germany. I don't own it, but it's called the Sponheim Castle. It's right near, this is a beautiful church in the town of Sponheim, called the Kloster Sponheim. Well, I can't ask for Secret Service protection because nobody thinks that I'm a viable candidate. I haven't had 1 second of media attention in the mainstream media. Dave. Really? They don't have a castle law in Hawaii? I did not know that. Well, I won't be in Hawaii very long. I'm not going to Hawaii. This is the inside of this church. Isn't that beautiful? The Kloster Sponheim is the name of the church. That's down the road from the castle, which dates back to 600 AD. That's a church. Yeah, here's the castle. It's very old, and it seems like it's it's still standing, but it's from my family in the old country of Germany. My family moved from Germany to Norway in 1100 AD with a lot of other people, Leif Erikson, a few others. And I think I'm related to Leif Erikson, actually. But this is the town of Sponheim in the Rhineland. Isn't that beautiful? You read German? Die Geschichte von der Burg Sponheim ist eng mit der Burg. Sorry. There's the castle my family built. They laid every brick by hand, and every piece of that steel was welded by my ancestors. You're good? Cool. Well, getting to know me, I'm not afraid of who I am and my ancestry of being Germanic. I mean, it takes a lot to build this kind of a castle, so. But they left in 1100 AD, so don't blame Germany's problems on my family, please. My portion left. Preparation H, do you mind? I mean, that's... You know, I will unleash guest chat on you. You think you got problems now? Bring it. Look at that. So I'll just play that behind us as we... Welcome to America's Third Party. Thank you. No, I'm not in any way a Nazi. I have no relationship to the Nazis at all. Pretty crappy music, I must say. No, you can believe the moon landing. I believe the moon landing was real up until about 2013. Yeah. The more I looked into it, the more I realized it was a complete, utter disaster. They didn't have enough propulsion to get up to the moon, let alone come back from the moon. And if they did, in fact, get to the moon and back, which is a joke, because it looks like a cartoon out of Warner Brothers. Daffy Duck could be in the picture. It wouldn't make any difference. But the moon landing itself was not videotaped, insofar as they didn't have the videotape that they originally claimed they had. So they asked all of the networks, CBS, ABC, and NBC, to present their footage of the 1969 moon landing. And that's how they NASA's pieced together the moon landing. They didn't have that footage, that's the truth. They lost it. Now that should be a telltale sign of fakery right there. Of course I know Newton's first law, but the reality is when you're piercing through a Van Allen belt, there is no way you can actually have enough energy to go back from the moon, let alone land on the moon. I can give you all kinds of video evidence of this, but why bother? I'll do that later tonight. Yeah, I'll play that at 2 in the morning. You can watch moon landing debunked. No, I don't know Pastor Diane Sponheim. No. I'm sure there is another Sponheim out there, yeah. Thanks for asking. The more popular I get, the more people know my name, and they know people like me with Sponheim as their last name. Dave, dude, weak, man. What do you mean, man? I'm telling you, would you like me to bring in evidence right now on the moon landing? Because I didn't really want to turn Truth Tuesday into the moon landing discussion. I really didn't. Just because I don't believe we went there and we haven't gone back since, it shouldn't really be a point of reference as to how credible I am as a candidate. I still believe we have the ability to send satellites in the atmosphere and definitely do a lot of work, possibly even mine the moon. But have we even gone to the moon? I don't know. I really can't verify that. Nope. Actually, there were no German Jews in my family, but thanks anyway. Yeah, the Sponheim family is from the Rhineland. The whole town of Sponheim is from the Rhineland. Well, Beekman, again, denigrating my knowledge of science, and clearly you don't understand. I was, as a young man, in advanced physics. I was in college physics as a young man and was studying calculus, second year of college calculus. Finished that at the age of 15, and I did my own scientific inquiry as a child into the dangers of chemicals in our environment, and for you to not even recognize the dangers of chemtrails is almost beyond belief. Many of you who are sitting here going, well, I'm a scientist and I can definitely say that this is a condensation. Those are contrails. No, those are chemtrails, and they're dumping this pollution on your head. I am not doing a mute button necessarily. I only do the mute button for people that hate on me. I can't seem to control that. They just do. You get a buzz from chemtrails? Well, check these out. Enjoy. I built the organic marketing business in 1981, promoting organic food across the country. One of the reasons why you're eating better food in America is because of my efforts. I didn't profit from this. I actually did it because I was seriously concerned about the dangers of chemicals. But now I find out that they're dumping chemistry or chemicals in the air rapidly, all across our great nation. Chemtrails are horrible. They are dumping chemicals everywhere, and you are just sitting here like insects getting dumped. You're like an insect getting dumped on. We don't care anything about the Trumpster, so you've just been muted. I've been warning you people. Yeah. Don't talk about Trump here, I told you. I've never smoked cocaine or snorted cocaine or whatever you do with cocaine. I know Barack Obama did crack. He admitted it, the audacity of the hope. I should say audacity of hopelessness. I think you're, again, going to be muted for saying degrading things about me. I will not allow that here. But they're so advanced, they're leaking information. Pentagon officials are talking about putting vaccines in the air, airborne aerosol vaccines that are literally dumbing you down. Listen to this.
Overexpression of the VMAT2 gene, and that by vaccinating them against this will eliminate this behavior. So we have some very, very remarkable data in this next slide. Here we have two brain scans. These are fMRIs. These are two different individuals with different levels of expression of VMAT2. On top is an individual who's a religious fanatic, an individual, and we've repeated this numerous times, that has a high level of VMAT2. Now, this individual down here who had low levels of the VMAT2 gene, this individual is not particularly religious. In each case, these individuals were read a religious text. This individual light lit up the right.
That's as loud as I can get it. Let me take it up higher for you. Hang on.
Frontal gyrus, shown here, and that's a part of the brain that's associated with theory of mind. It's a part of the brain that has to do with intents and beliefs and desires. In marked contrast, here's an individual who would not particularly self-describe as religious, and when they're read a religious text, what you see is that this part of the brain called the anterior insula lights up. This is a part of the brain that's associated with disgust or displeasure on hearing something.
Once you're once you're breathing the VMAT2 gene, you then become susceptible to the cowbell, and you no longer have real strong willful feelings. This becomes a very nice, pleasant sound once you're exposed to the VMAT2 gene. Seriously, tell me if this is a nice sound, and I'll know whether you're exposed to the VMAT2 gene. Is anybody drawing pleasure from this at all? Feeling good? Does that make you feel good, any of you? You probably have been in some way infected by the VMAT2 gene. They've been dumping it on your head with chemtrails for some time. For 10 years, yeah. So many of you may have been already induced with the VMAT2 gene. Okay, well, just to let you know that that's designed to keep you from having any willful thoughts. Like doing anything with your life. Just sitting there eating tortilla chips and watching television and drinking Slurpees. I won't in any way listen to your statements. I'll do whatever I want to do. You cannot control me. You cannot control me. You cannot control me. Caution.
Caution, caution, there is danger. Danger, danger.
All right. You cannot control me. Warning.
Warning, warning, warning. No one is ever safe on this hostile planet. No!
William! Mr. Robinson, please stop doing that. I used to grow up on a show called Lost in Space. Now I'm lost in chemtrails. So yeah, many of you don't understand we need to actually filter the air. We're trying to focus on that tonight. And you'll also notice that I did not put my name on the screen at all tonight. Isn't that kind of cool? I'm trying to downplay my name just so you don't, you kind of get invited into the show without having to worry about who I am. Yeah. I don't want to put myself ahead of you. Yeah, look the story of Vlad up. Yeah, it's truth, man. They were scum. Totally. Vlad the Impaler was terminated by my family. We're the reason why Dracula didn't live forever. Yeah. You said bye. You're bye. I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing. Any other questions tonight? We can talk about the truth about, did Bill Clinton have sex with Monica Lewinsky?
I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. Getting rid of Vlad was the greatest achievement of my family's history. And eliminating the Clintons from the political lexicon of almost airbag, greed-mongering politicians. This is the thing. If we allow the Clintons to control this race, and we allow Bill Clinton to influence Loretta Lynch, so much so that Loretta Lynch gave Hillary a 27-month pass on top of a 27-month pass, we are no better than a bunch of worms sitting in a worm bin dentrifying. Unless you can get your vote out of your ass, and the two-party system, you say goodbye to that and vote for a third party in this election, you really are kind of becoming the problem. The viewers that are not voting third party at this point have essentially turned their back on any great new opportunities to stop this. This has been going on since the 60s. In fact, that is a 60s loop. Believe me, I did not have anything to do with that. No. In no way was I part of the takedown of Vlad the Impaler. But my ancestors were. My chromosomes were. These chromosomes were made for walking, and that is what they'll do. They'll walk all over you. These chromosomes were from that time period, yeah. I represent that. I represent the Sponheim family. This video has been going on your show every night. No, I only use it tonight. I'm sorry I purged you. We talk about the truth that's going on right now above us. All around the world. Austria, Germany, nanoparticles are flying. All I'm saying is you guys are being dumped on like insects. And I'm just here to kind of keep you on track with what's happening. These are real chemtrails. They really are. But I don't want to talk about that. I'd rather talk about the castle. Or you could just listen to Hillary.
We saw, and he died. Look. We saw, and he died.
We have a question. I finally got a question after 3.5 hours. Thank you. Some of you actually have a brain cell left. Good. Can we go over how the Dallas shooting is fake? Yes. Thank you very much. Whew. It's taken a lot of effort to get the truth out tonight, but it's finally coming out, folks. Thank you. Yeah. It took 3.5 hours for a credible question. That's great. Not that all your other questions aren't credible, but you got to admit they have been kind of out there. I'm just putting you on the spot. Sorry. We got a couple videos on tap tonight. Monsanto, Bill Gates, and the chemtrail connection. That'll be interesting. That'll start off our evening tonight. Yeah, let me give you a little tutorial on what I did in the beginning of our show so you know where we're coming from. Okay, the only image that we had when we titrated and gleaned information from the release of live stream data during the night when they thought there were four, mind you, gunmen in the attack on the police officers in Dallas. You've been calling Dallas fakery for 2 hours. It's a little late. Yeah. Yeah, I'm muting everybody now. Anybody who comes into the show is muted, simply because I want to give you a chance to get your act together and stop degrading our show. Yeah. Vlad the Impaler is like I said, my family did what they had to do to deal with the worst possible person on earth. I would think you'd be saying, good job, Dave's family. I wasn't a part of that. Thank you. Would you like to have your blood drained by Vlad? Blah. But seriously. All right, let's take a look at this. You're going to see some... This is the only shot, by the way, of a cop allegedly being killed in the Dallas shooting. So they just kept coming up with, oh yeah, a second cop was killed. A third cop was killed. Fourth cop was... This is the only shot we've got in this incredible false flag coming out of the home of the death of John F. Kennedy. Dallas, Texas. Why wouldn't they not pull another big, huge banana out of their butthole? Check it out.
Going to be a police officer. It's not unusual in a situation like this for a major event for a large police department to have undercover officers who would be in the crowd and commingling with the crowd so that they can give intelligence back to the people at the command center. And it's quite possible.
Kind of crouching down behind that, you see the SUV with flashers on?
Yes, I see that. And
seems to be shooting from a different angle.
Yes, he's shooting. You can tell.
Here comes someone running up. Shots are fired. He comes around the pillar.
Yes.
Okay. Hold that thought right there. Let's blow that up. You see that little thing going off in the distance? Now that could be thrown by the guy in the black who may not have even died. We have photographs of this guy in the black who is the alleged victim here. We have photographs of him actually standing behind the banister waiting for his cue to go into the scene. This was a high school drama. If you look at it from that perspective, you'll begin to see what's going on. We only have very limited evidence of anybody being shot in this event. But I do have evidence of this item right here. Right here. See this little sparkly thing right? Yeah, check this out. This is a product you can buy called zirconium spark balls. Okay. Check this out. See that? The telltale sign of a fake event are these spark balls, and they happen throughout this very limited and shaky video camera work. Yeah, they killed Scalia in Texas too. Yes, 5610. Thank you. Another great thought in the room. Excellent. You guys are warming up. I don't have any ownership in any of these sites that you're describing. No, this is not a repeat of Dave's earlier show. This is me talking to you about the same thing because I had a real person in the show with a real question. Now, the evidence I'm showing in my claim was zirconium spark balls in this picture right here. It's classic. This is not a spark from a gunfire. This is a spark ball. I showed it to you.
It's obvious that the person who was shot in this instance, there's still shots going on.
And then the camera goes all over the place. You can't really see much, but then you see the guy hovering over the dead cop's, or the allegedly dead cop's body. That being the case, you're writing an entire alleged killing of 5 cops on one small picture of a video that is barely visible. That's what you're basing your assumptions on. Seriously. George Bush doing grave dancing at a memorial. Watch this. There's no evidence. If you can show me evidence, bring it out. Bring it out, man.
5 Dallas police officers were ambushed.
And then right before your very eyes, we saw the Chicago Police Department, the Orlando Police Department do an amazing, rock and roll, or actually it looked like a dance video. I couldn't believe it. Now we've got dancing going on at the White House. George Bush grave dancing at the memorial.
And slaughtered.
Watch this.
This goof, George Bush, is caught dancing at the memorial. Take a look at this. I mean, give me a break. What is going on here in this world? A close-up look at this. Here's Bush, here's Michael or Michelle, or one of the same. And here's Barack. Look at this goof. I mean, Joe Biden just standing here like a statue. He thinks he's like a bushwhacker or something. I mean, give me a break again. It reminds me of this scene here with the Orlando police, the Orange County police, and they come out dancing for, in remembrance of the supposed victims from the Pulse nightclub. Just take a look at this. I showed this several times. Let's take another look. I'll put up the volume here a little bit.
This is hilarious.
I want to keep Orlando smiling. Keep dancing, Orlando. Hit it.
Give me a break once again. People believe these shootings are...
I just can't believe people get away with this crap. I can honestly say that there is nothing I can redeem of value out of these false flag events, which, by the way, I wouldn't even be talking about if they hadn't been thrust down our heads. I'm not interested in talking about Vlad the Impaler, but many of you who are obviously obsessed with Dracula will be glad to know that we will be doing a Halloween show coming up October 31st. Yes, right before the election. Blah. So you can actually talk about it then. All right, we'll go into the history of Vlad the Impaler. No, not funny at all when they're laughing and dancing. Oh, come on. Really? Yeah, no one was shot, no one was hurt in Dallas. It was a BLM drill. Yeah, thank you. Sam is out. We've been running that story for the past 5-6 days. How many days has it been? Yeah. So it's not, you figured this out 2 hours ago and it's like a big revelation to you. Do blackface and be a vampire for Halloween. Be Blackula. There is a guy named Blackula out there. He was a fascinating character from the 1970s. Wrong family. You don't even have the right family that killed Vlad. Yeah. The Sponheims never killed Vladimir. The Dracula. No, that was a different family line. Yeah. Dab the Inhaler. That's pretty good, chat room. Chat room celebrity is very funny. Let me just say this, that the reality of Blackula actually being a character out of the 60s or 70s is a true story. Here is a little bit of the Blackula official trailer from 1972. Blah. No, it's not the Sponheim family. No, there's no connection whatsoever. It's a different family. It's my mother's family line, you imbecile. They're from Transylvania.
Black Prince, I press you with my name. You shall be Blackula. Blackula.
So yeah, we all going to go get. It'd be hilarious if I did blackface on Halloween. It really would. Blackula. Yeah, go to bed, Spazadat. You're done here. I know, I'm retaliating. I dig it. It's cool. No, it's just you're posting the same thing over and over again. And then Scissor Fight has another story. Loretta Lynch double standard on Hillary Clinton crimes, judiciary testimony. This should be good. It's blaxploitation. Yeah, good point. The dangers of Blackula. I'm not retaliating, no. I don't harbor any grudges or anything. And please get the name of the family right if you're going to get the right killer of Abdullah the Impaler. Yeah, it wasn't my Sponheim family at all. No. Nothing to do with them. We have a shutdown. All right, so this is how it's going to go. We're going to actually segue to videos now because we've been doing as much as we possibly could to save the day here and give you guys credible information about how dark the air is becoming because of all the air pollution they're dumping in it with chemtrails, and how much we need fresh water. All these things are kind of a unique stand we have as opposed to the mainstream media, which promotes depopulation and more chemtrails, more pollution. Oh, excuse me, we're going to make a big deal about the exhaust coming out of your car, but it's okay for them to be dumping chemicals in the atmosphere so that they'll reflect the light and cool the planet. What a crock of crap. What a colossal crock of crap. Yes. I dig it, man. So let's hang out for a little longer and try to figure out what just shut my system down. I think it's Blackula that shut me down. Blackula did me in there. Yeah, see, not responding. Obama mentions himself 45 times in a Dallas memorial. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm going to get this thing up and running one more time. Okay, good. That'll work. Okay. Holy moly, David, I'm baked as a mofo. Beekman, my vision for America is to build the flotilla, the platform for us to communicate. Why do you think you're still in the room, man? You're still in the room because I want to take opinions from the right. I want people like you in the room. I just don't want you to denigrate me and call me names. Yes, Eddie Murphy was a vampire in the 95 Forgotten documentary Vampire in Brooklyn. Thank you. I see everything. I read 6,000 words a minute. Right now I'm going through War and Peace on this monitor, and then I've got this one, Dostoevsky's. Yeah, stop hurting my feelings. I'm only allowed to denigrate. That's right. Thank you. Well, I'll tell you something. I will stop denigrating you if you stop denigrating me. Deal? Let's shake on it. David, your motive. David, your motive is to drink our blood and send us to the FEMA camps. If I was going to do that, I would sound like Alex Jones. I'm not high. I don't want to be high. I'm not a high person. Everything okay out there? Okay. I'm a low person. No, I'm not related to those people. I told you. Vlad the Impaler was a very bad man. Wow, Pink Floyd. Richie from Boston. There's a lot of things to watch here. I don't know where to start. I mean, gosh. Let me get Richie from Boston lined up here. I'm getting a little hungry. I'm going to have my dinner with Sarah. Yeah, I made an East Indian fusion dish. Yeah, a little chicken breast, some cabbage and some curry. Yeah, and then I made a little egg on top of that with couscous and Brussels sprouts. We're going to have a little din-din. Yeah, you didn't know I was from New York. I'm keeping it from you until I actually have to go head to head with Donald Trump. Yeah, we're still having problems with our browser. Dang. This thing is just hitting me hard. Okay, we're going to reset. All right, well, we talked a little bit about filtering the air and cleaning our oceans and creating fresh water. And tomorrow we're going to talk a little bit more about cleaning the air and creating fresh water and cleaning our oceans. Okay, we've got a show starter tonight. Full disclosure, 9/11 disclosure imminent. Russia to release satellite footage. That should be interesting. Allegedly, Russia has satellite footage of the 9/11 attack. And since this is Truth Tuesday, I should reference that at the very least.
Jump!
We've got a stat for you here. The truth about cops killing people. It's a huge problem in America, and now the recent propaganda tools are trying to pin it on black people. Well, cops kill a lot more white people than black men. These stats are right here. Look at that. 46% of the people killed by cops are white. Pretty interesting. Well, we don't know. They have satellite footage, Beekman. Full 9/11 disclosure imminent. Russia to release satellite evidence of 9/11 inside job, according to truthers. This is a story that's been propagating. I'll give you the link to this. There you go. We're doing a round robin of our links for everybody. Hollywood has footage of what? Yeah, they made it up. Good point. Oh, it's a joke. Right, okay. Making a joke about nearly 3,000 people dying. Wow, that's pretty funny. Not. Okay. Osama's, bin Laden's son vows. Oh, this is a ridiculous story. This is absurd. We've got videos about this too. Osama bin Laden's son was killed in battle, yet the new propagandists are trying to claim that his son is alive and vows revenge for killing his father in an online audio message. Yeah, isn't that it's so reminiscent of the times of Osama bin Laden and the lies, the non-truths that we heard? So that's kind of a non-story. I'm just going to drop that. It's worthless. This is the guy, this is an actual guy who allegedly died in Minnesota. Problem, he didn't die recently with his girlfriend next to him. He died, this is his actual death certificate or sheriff's record. He died June 14th, 1979. Check it out. Check it, man. Oh, the date of birth, I'm sorry. That was his date of birth. Inactive deceased, his status is inactive deceased. Oh, I thought this was his death record. I'm sorry. They just said he was deceased. This may have been a current stat. Oh, no. This is good. Okay, this is what I'm looking at. Check this out. Thank you. What do you think about the shooting occurring? Did you blame the guy? At this point, we don't even know if this guy died. Check it out. Alton Bertel Sterling's, this was updated February 25th, 2016. He was deceased February 25th, 2016. How did he just die and sitting next to his girlfriend on the chair there with a bullet hole? He must have been in the refrigerator or freezer. No, my ancestors only developed the spoon, 292. We were the original inventors of the spoon. In Norway, we're called Spoonheim. Yeah, see? Scissor Fight found it. Yeah, it's 225-16. So this date of this guy's last verification, he was deceased. So on February 25th, 2016, he was deceased. I don't know. He must not have lived. Yet he was alive to... Well, he wasn't really alive. He was just sitting there, right? The video started with him sitting there with a bullet hole in his chest. He must have been from the ice, like the freezer or something. You can check that out. Right, the spooning sex pimes. Sounds fishy to me, 388. Good point. Okay, so that's worth looking at. Thank you, Scissorfied. You're the link master here. I'm just following you. You've been amazing in that way. U.S. GMO food labeling bill passes Senate. Yeah, it's like we know that this is going down. They don't want anyone to know that genetically modified food is in your diet. The U.S. Senate on Thursday approved legislation that would for the first time require food to carry labels listing genetically modified ingredients, which labeling supporters say could create loopholes for some U.S. crops. Oh, okay. It's drawing praise from farmers. Okay, well, they say Vermont's more stringent. The consumers in Vermont want greater transparency on GMOs. Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really think the labeling issue is as important as the fact that we're allowing GMOs to actually be put in our diet without any concerns when there is solid evidence that shows that GMOs are linked to cancer and tumors in rats. Rat tumor GMO. Google it. When you look at the studies done by the renowned scientist, Dr. Seralini, we are now knowing that these are legitimate stories. The scientist who did a study extending out 4 months to 24 months in laboratory animals eating GMOs against a control group that didn't. He won a defamation lawsuit in Paris recently. He winning a landmark case. Seralini is the guy who discovered that there was a link between the GMOs and laboratory rats. Interesting. That's see, Monsanto used the same rats, but they didn't measure their effects past 3 months. They said 0 to 3 months, they're fine. Well, it turns out at 4 months to 24 months, those rats start developing tumors, like your grandma, who's eating all those horrible foods that you shouldn't be feeding her. Yeah. No, my ancestors did not rape or murder innocent people. That's sickening. Dave, how are the thoughts doing in your part of town? What are thoughts exactly? Yeah, I don't even know what thoughts are. I mean, he says, what are the thoughts? THOTS, what does that mean? What are thoughts? Yeah. David, how are the thoughts? What are thoughts? You're the one who said it. You define what thoughts are. Oh, excuse me. I don't think there are any prostitutes in my town. I don't think they walk around or do anything. No, we have a pretty neutralized town. We've got a very strong police force presence. There's over 6 different police force agencies on the island. We have the CIA, their Secret Service. There is also the Navy Police, the State Patrol, the local sheriff, the Fish and Game Warden, and the local city police department. 6 different agencies. So it's highly unlikely we're going to have any prostitutes going on the street looking for Johns. I speak to politics to all of you as daily. Enjoy. Fact. Thank you, Politics for Dummies. Dave, it's easier if you tell us what do you believe is real in the world. Well, your food at the market is real, really polluted. Your air that you breathe is real, really chemical induced. Your water that you drink, 50% of it is toxic, really. What do you want to talk about? I mean, what else is there to talk about besides reality? Of course I'm not Muslim. God, what kind of a question is that? I was raised Catholic. I abandoned my religion at the age of 11 when I decided not to take the Eucharist orally. Yeah, you just decide, well, I did the Eucharist. I think I managed to absorb all of the body and blood, and I think I absolved myself of all my sins, so what the heck? Why should I continue? Well, I said orally. Where did you take it? I took it orally. The Eucharist, the one that's oral. I never have urinated in my pants. I have more control than that. 3 minutes for more important questions than that. Thank you.
Who was in the same area.
Okay, now we've got the Can't Stop video. I have to do a few more things before I do my little dance, but I've got 1 minute left. Yeah, I need to get my exercise, I know. Gotta work it. You work it, man. I did the Can't Stop earlier, but I didn't really work my exercise program, so.
We can't stop
And we won't stop, but we've got to stop temporarily. Oh, this was the article I found earlier. Yeah. Homeless and starving employees from REI in the Seattle area. That was an interesting story. People working at REI are not making enough money, and they're homeless and they're starving. Fix your V. I got it all fixed, man. I got it all together. Everything's gone. Sometimes the chat is very funny. Ha 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 ha. You're laughing? Really? What did I say anything funny tonight? I don't think so. This is not a show about humor, man. This is a show about truth. I don't play degrading First Lady videos. There's that flash footage. This is the only footage we have of the cops dying. There it is. That's sad, but there is no evidence of cops dying in Dallas. Chat is funny. Very funny. You do good, chat.
And the mockery never ends. Supposedly after...
Mockery never ends. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Vote for Dave, everybody. Got to learn how to spell my name, so you'll have to watch my show tomorrow where we will present my last name on the show. Tonight I wanted to go kind of humble. I didn't want to push my name on the show. I felt tonight was really a time for... That looks pretty good. Richie from Boston. Tonight was a time for humbleness. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Doc? Yeah. Okay, we're almost there. Good night, DT Laura. Thank you. Good night, all of you people who are going to get some sleep tonight. Tomorrow is Wasteful Wednesday. We'll talk about government waste and chemical waste and how wasted you are and how you've wasted some years of your life doing nothing. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how waste is happening every day when you go to the bathroom and what to do with that ethically. You know, are we really doing the right thing with human manure? Making the most of your manure. Positive things we'll talk about tonight. Oh, here's that Orange County dance video.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank
good night, everybody.
For this important announcement by Sheriff Demings. Sheriff.
Let's do it.
We're here for an important announcement today.
See you tomorrow.
Keep Orlando smiling. Keep dancing, Orlando. Hit it.
That's disgusting. All I can say is I'm going to fight all the corruption in this country that continues to put out false flags and makes it seem like, oh, we have terror going on all around the country and we've got to stop that by gun control. That's insane. It's not working, and the American people are smarter than that, because we cannot stop exposing the truth at America's Third Party. Thank you for coming in.
Won't stop, we're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop,
So let's be clear.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Sondheim for president.
Find something. You might not see nothing. You're supposed to be visible. You might not see anything, but you go hunting like bounty.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim. America's Third Party.
Hunting for an arrest. Locking up some